and we are getting election day coverage started off here with Jacob Dyer. He will also be a host on the Neutral News Network, and we are going to be covering the election until deep into the night tonight. We're not quite sure when this election will be called, but as of right now, we're going to try and give you an unbiased coverage of all of the happenings that go on as the polls close in the first states throughout the night tonight. I will say, obviously, this is going to be a really stressful time for a lot of people. So please be respectful in the comments. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, anything like that. Outside of that, Jake, you want to introduce yourself and we'll get this thing on the road.
Hi, Jake Dyer. Happy to be here. Happy to get started. Looking forward to covering the news as unbiased and as accurate as we can.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, Jake. We do already have 3 calls that have just come in as the polls have closed. Indiana and Kentucky have been called for former President Donald Trump, and New Hampshire has been called for Vice President Kamala Harris. As of right now, those are the 3 calls that have been made, and those that currently leaves us at 3 electoral votes for Harris and 19 for Trump. Um, those calls were made by the Fox News decision desk, as I saw. I'm unsure if AP News has made those calls as well, but we are going to try and be going off of AP News decision desk calls and Fox News decision desk calls throughout the night. All right. So 2 minutes ago, a decision desk update from the Associated Press. Milwaukee election officials say the release of their final vote count will be delayed. Officials say about 31,000 absentee ballots will be recounted because doors on ballot tabulators were not properly sealed. Officials say there was no reason to believe that the ballots had already been counted were tampered with. There was no estimate to how long of a delay there would be. Yes. So, um, as of right now, we are using a wonderful free website called ltelections.com, which is brought to us by Let's Talk Elections, the YouTube channel. Looks like a very great website to kind of keep track of how the day and night is progressing. Um, you were able to track the individual congressional races, the different ballot issues that are in each different state, and it also keeps a track of who is likely to win the presidency based upon the trends of the current votes coming in. Currently, right now, total electoral votes, like I said, are 19 for Trump and 3 for Harris, with Trump currently getting 60% of the vote and 40% for Harris. Obviously, right now, a lot of the states that have come in are more Republican in nature. Indiana, Kentucky, for example. However, we are going to see some results coming in from Florida, which looks like we've already got about 9% coming in. 20% being reported from Florida. Trump at 51%, Harris at 47% currently. So those numbers are coming in and being updated quite quickly. All right. Actually, so Zachary will be controlling a lot of the behind the scenes um, switching from face cams and things like that. Uh, but I will say, Zachary, if you could actually reshare your screen in the Discord, just so I can kind of see what you're seeing, um, so I can keep track of that on my end as well.
He's got the LTE elections
LT,
pulled up.
okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay, so Jake, if at
Yes.
all possible, can you
hmm
pull up the 2020 Florida election results map? I'm just kind of want to
Yeah.
see Broward County, because we've got Broward County, Osceola, Charlotte, which there's already some counties that, based upon the LTE map. And also, Zach, if you want to go ahead and click into Florida, if you can do that on your end, so we can view a little bit more in depth the Florida map for the stream. Perfect. All right, so looks like and it's all right if the counties are covered up. We'll discuss them on our end. I was about to say, feel free to move things around. This is our first time doing this, so bear with us. Kind of growing pains. Um, but
Yeah.
yeah, the good
So
news is, go ahead, Jake.
so 2020 United States presidential election in Florida was held on the 3rd of 2020. Um, it appears that Florida had 29 electoral votes.
Yep.
29 electoral votes in the Electoral College, uh, where Trump received a greater percentage of the two-party vote than he did in 2016.
So what was Trump's margin in 2020 in Florida?
Hang on, I'm still reading.
Because right now he's currently up by 100,000 votes, which if I believe he won Florida by around 300,000 votes by the end of reporting. Um, Georgia is coming in as well with a 500th of a percent being reported. So obviously nothing to even come close to calling in Georgia right now. Um, and this we were talking about this prior to starting the stream, but there were some bomb threats that came into Georgia prior to the polls closing, which has delayed some of the polls from closing in Georgia. Uh, those reports came in from Russia, and they were determined to be fake and not credible. But that obviously has slowed down the voting process in Georgia, and we'll keep an eye on how that progresses throughout the night. I would imagine that they will be closing here in their entirety here shortly. But not that we have a ton of viewers and we need to get this message out, but so people know, even if the polls close, if you are in line, stay in line to vote. That is how it has always been. You are entitled to vote. So even if the polls are closed, stay in line and do not leave until your vote has been cast.
Oh, my
All
computer
right.
decided to not work, and I
Nope.
can't pull it up at the moment.
Nope. No worries. All right. So, um, Kamala Harris is trailing approximately 70,000 votes behind Donald Trump in Florida. So 50% to 49%. Florida could be an early bellwether to kind of determine, if some of these later polls that had Harris kind of pulling away right before the election occurred have any kind of merit to them. Obviously, if you're politically tuned up, the Ann Selzer poll that came out of Iowa kind of shook everybody and blew up the polling world and has Harris winning Iowa by 3 points. I don't believe that's going to be the case, but it's definitely a trend to keep an eye on, especially if it starts to actually shake out in the current voting results. As you can see, though, Donald Trump currently has a 71.63% chance of winning Florida. Florida is not really a state that Kamala Harris found herself campaigning in, um, but she obviously does have a lot of a minority presence there, and a lot of the suburban presence there uh, will likely go in her favor. And it
So,
is worth noting. Oh, go ahead, Jake.
so what I'm seeing in from Florida is in the 2020 election that
Mhm.
Trump won by 4%, roughly 4%.
Roughly 4%. Okay. So right now his margin is approximately 1.6% in Florida. Um, and I just see that it updated to 51.8 to 48. So yeah, 2% now, roughly 2% for Trump in Florida. Um, can you hover over on your, I don't know exactly what your screen looks like, Jake, but can you hover over potentially Broward County and give me a margin that Harris won there?
Yeah, let me find it.
Yep. Take your time, man.
Broward County,
Yep.
for 2020.
Yep.
It Bri- Biden was plus 30.
Plus 30. Okay, so right now, Harris with 70% reporting is plus 22. So that's definitely a downward shift in Broward County. Be interested to see if that if that sticks. Obviously, they're at 70% reporting, so there's plenty of votes still left to come in there. But if so, that is concerning for the Kamala Harris campaign because obviously you don't want to be losing um, additionally to a margin that Biden already lost the state of Florida in. So definitely something to keep an eye out on there. I'm trying to see if we've got any counties that are anywhere close to 100% that we can do a full comparison on. Yeah, how about this, Jake?
Yeah.
Go to uh, Sumter County if you can, which is directly in the middle of the state.
I don't think I have that. I
on
think I have a whole list of all the counties. So let me.
Yeah, go to Sumter if you can, because that
That's
one is reporting at 98%. So this would be a really good one to compare. It's a very Republican county, um, but definitely interesting to see what the final result would be here.
so Trump had a plus 36 margin in Sumter.
Plus 36. So 31. So right now we're at 67.76. Let me get my handy dandy calculator out right now. So
I'm getting all this information from the New York Times.com.
from the New York Times, that's
Yeah.
that's perfectly fine. Thank you for letting us know where you're getting that info from.
Hmm.
So currently, it's pretty much the exact same margin. Harris is losing to Trump by 35.95% in Sumter County. So yeah, that would be up into the right to the left of that, Zachary, just down. Uh, it's that skinny north-south county in dark red. Yep, right there. So that's the county that I'm making that comparison off of. I'm trying to see if there's any other counties that are at 100% so far. Does not look to be the case. There's a lot of 70s, a couple 80s here and there, but that one was at 90 some percent. So that at 99% now, and around about that 36% margin. So um, Georgia is at 2.8% reporting now. Kamala Harris is up 11%. Obviously, that is way too early to make any definitive calls. Same thing with Kentucky. Same thing with Indiana. Um, and yeah, let's see. Interesting. So we've got a senatorial race down in Florida as well. Zach, if you want to scroll down, yeah, we've got. Go ahead and click on there. Yeah, so you can see Rick Scott and then Debbie Mariscal Powell. Rick Scott is expected to maintain his Senate seat, as we can see in their projectomatic, the bottom left there. Um, the Democrats can only lose one additional Senate seat tonight. They will lose. This isn't an official forecast, but this is an official forecast by Brian Armstrong. Um, they will lose the Virginia Senate seat, or West Virginia, sorry, the West Virginia Senate seat. That is the former seat of Joe Manchin. And additionally, um, he vacated that seat, and it is now being taken over by Republicans. So Democrats can only lose one additional seat in order to keep their majority in the Senate. The biggest Senate race to keep track of tonight will be with John Tester in Montana and Sherrod Brown in Ohio. Those are the two Democratic incumbents running against Republican challengers. Um, as of right now, it is a true toss up between Bernie Moreno and um, Senator Brown, and it will be also a lean Republican for the Montana Senate race between um, Tester and Sheehy. So if you want to head back, Zachary, yeah. So there you go. Yep, you can. But yeah, so if we want to get the view on the Senate, just scroll down to that second map there, and then click into the states from there, and that'll get us directly to the senatorial votes. And then same thing, if you scroll down further, we can monitor the House results as they come in. Um, I'm will be completely honest with you. A lot of the House races I'm not overly familiar with, but I'm sure that there will be
I'm
plenty
not
of
either.
flips. Um, the Democrats are expected to win the House when it's all said and done. Just keep that in mind. Um, all right. So I'm trying to see if there's any additional.
Now,
Go ahead,
question,
Jake.
Brian.
Yep.
Does that will that matter for if there's a projected tie like I have been seeing?
Yes. So absolutely. That will
Maybe you
100%
could
matter if there's a
explain
projected
that a
tie.
little bit for
Yeah. So
me and the viewers.
yeah, absolutely. So if there is a projected tie, um, it will it is a very unique process, but basically when it's all said and done, if you want to scroll up to the top map, Zachary, um, you good there, Zachary? on the top map on the LTE website. Or actually, can you go to the AP map on the stream? Additionally, if you're talking in Discord, Zachary, we can't hear you. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So obviously, for those, it's 270 to win the White House. Um, and the way that this works is there is a scenario tonight. Should Kamala Harris win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, um, and lose North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, um, and she wins Omaha's second district, or sorry, Nebraska's second district, which is primarily Omaha, which she's projected to win. That would be exactly 270 votes. So 270, 270, or sorry, 260, 260, sorry, 269, 269. So that would be a tie. Neither candidate would reach 270 to win, and the election would go to the House of Representatives. Uh, and eventually it would come down to each state getting one vote. Therefore, if you have a Democratic majority, the Democrats would be able to um, certify. If I'm getting this correct, obviously I don't want to misspeak. So if I do
Right.
misspeak, somebody can correct me because I'm not 100% confident on how this works, but I'm pretty sure. Um, Basically then it would go to the Congress, and then the Congress would have one vote per state. So if the Democrats had a majority of states, then they could elect Kamala Harris, or vice versa, elect Donald Trump. So it really is critical that the Democrats hold the House if there is a tie, so that they can potentially nominate their candidate, which I'm sure there's a lot more that goes into it, and it would be, quite frankly, the worst case scenario if there's a tie, because this election
Yeah.
is already contested enough. So I would really prefer if you know, I've got my preferred candidate that I want to win. But if we're being honest, I don't want it to be a tie. If I just want someone to win.
Someone to win.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Just from
So
what you have said and what I've been hearing.
yep. All right. So let me get a quick refresh here. All right. Nose is itchy.
So what state do you want to look at, Brian?
Well, I'm trying to see what states are coming in next. I know Virginia's coming in now.
Okay, I'll
Vermont
take
is
a look.
coming in. Uh, so according to, oh, did I? Oh, I might have misspoke earlier. Vermont was called from the Fox News decision desk for Kamala Harris, not New Hampshire. So that is why we're currently at 3 and 19 and not 4 and 19. So that is
I
my
cannot get
apologies.
the Fox News decision desk to pull up.
Uh, Let me.
Can you just link it to me?
Yeah. So, and I think this is it's down at the bottom, Jake. Here, I'm sending it to you in Discord.
All right.
So it's like down at the bottom, you can see the president. Oh yeah, here we go. I'll send this. Zachary, feel free to
Oops.
utilize this as well. And if you think that it might actually fit better with the layout that we have, feel free to use that. But if not, no worries. No need to stress any further on that. But yeah, I kind of like their graphics too. Very simple, very straightforward. Same thing with AP. They both have good graphics. They both kind of also show you the electoral votes that each state has. So same thing with this LTE website as well. A lot of, you know, in the United States, we have our election process a little complicated than some other countries, but you know what? At least we have really cool graphics, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, yep. As you can see, there's the Fox News decision desk site. So, and you can see currently Indiana, Kentucky have been called for Trump, and Vermont has been called for Harris.
Yep.
And additionally, you can see on the right side race calls. And just so everybody is aware, some people might have their feelings about Fox News and its validity. Um, some people treat it as the gospel, some people hate it. Uh, I did not know this until just recently. The Fox News decision desk is run by an independent team of analysts that Fox News hires, but they are not employees of Fox News. They are an independent group of analysts or of analysts that come in for the election and for any election and run the decision desk. The decision desk's opinions are not that of Fox News's. So the more you know. All right, South Carolina's coming in. New Hampshire is coming in as well. I don't know what happened here, but on the LT presidential race overview, uh, Kamala Harris's percent chances have dropped significantly to the low 50s from 54, 55% down to 51.5%. Not totally sure why that is, but definitely something to keep in mind and keep track of. Okay, thank you. Thank you, chat. Whoever said that. And uh, so we have in the chat that somebody said um, did you say the vice president is decided by the Senate or the president is
Yeah,
decided?
vice pres. Yep.
Okay, interesting.
Let me
Yeah, so I'm curious as to why her percentages dropped that drastically. Unless it's just kind of like unless the
to
uh,
can I read something, Brian?
yeah, go ahead, Jake.
To balance the role of the House in breaking presidential ties, the 12th Amendment requires the Senate to handle the responsibility for deadlocked vice presidential contests. I just kind of
Okay,
confirmed it.
okay,
The Senate
perfect.
must choose between the two top electoral vote recipients with at least two-thirds of the Senate's members.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much. Appreciate
Mhm.
that, and thank you for whoever left that chat.
Yeah, thank you.
Greatly appreciated.
That's helpful.
All
And that's the
right.
whole thing. We're trying to educate ourselves, but
And
educate each other as
everybody
well.
else as well. Yep, absolutely. All right, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to send out. So trying to get the link out to others. Uh,
Harris is down to 51.48% now instead of the 51.52% she was just at.
yeah, I'm wondering if that is due to the states also showing up as red. Um,
Mm-hmm.
like because obviously it's not projected that Harris is going to lose Virginia. Obviously that could happen, but that's not the current projection. So I'm wondering if the model is kind of seeing that Harris is losing Virginia to start
Yeah.
and is kind of yeah.
Well, let me see here. Let me.
And then yeah, it also if anybody's watching, if anybody wants to chime in, and if we misspeak, if we get something wrong, please feel free to respectfully correct us, and then we can go in and fact check that as well. Or if you want to, at the same time, you can go in and post the source that you got your information from as well, and we'd be more than happy to check that out. So just keep that in mind as we go through this. That there will be a lot that goes on tonight. None of us are professionals here. We are just very passionate about um, trying to get the information out to people who maybe aren't nearly as tuned into politics as myself and Jake and Zachary are. So I know, I think we can all agree that I'm probably tuned in the most, which
Yeah,
I hate,
definitely.
but I love. you know, so
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so there we go.
I mean, I still have, I mean, no one's going to be an expert on this stuff. Even the experts claim to be
Right.
experts.
Yeah. Even the experts miss the polls all the time. So
Mhm.
um, elections are very fickle in the United States. It is very difficult to determine uh, how somebody in general is going to vote on a given day. Looks like the Indiana Senate race was called for Senator Banks, which is not really a surprise. The Indiana Senate, yeah, so called by LTE on 11/5, 7:07 p.m. So that one was, right shortly after the polls closed. Um, but yeah, it looks like Jim Banks is going to be the next one of the next senators for the state of Indiana. Bernie Sanders also won his senatorial campaign in Vermont, just based upon projections. Obviously, um, a lot of it is not being. Actually, Jake, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you
So
tell me how old Bernie Sanders is currently?
yeah,
He's got to be like 78.
I think he's yeah 78, 79. Let's see,
Yeah,
83. Wow,
he's 80. He will be
83.
89 by the time that his Senate. Oh my gosh, he will be 89 by the time that he is out of the Senate. That is insane. Um,
Yeah,
so Becca Balint is the incumbent. Also, this was in Vermont for their one congressional district. She was declared the winner.
Ryan,
What's up,
do you know?
the Muffin Man?
I
No.
heard I heard somewhere that I think I was just scrolling on like one of my news feeds that I have,
Mhm.
and I saw that Republican votes get counted first. Does that is that true? Do you know? Have you heard this? And
Uh, s-
could that affect anything?
so it depends. While I explain this, Jake, can you pull up which states are going to be closing at 7:30 for the
Yeah.
polls? Thank you.
Mhm.
So each state varies on how they count their electorates. You have in-person voting, you have early in-person voting, you have mail-in ballots, you have absentee ballots, things of that nature. So each state gets to dictate their own election laws. Some states you get to count before the polls close, as we saw in Indiana and Kentucky. Some states you get to start counting and reporting your information as soon as the polls close. But you started counting earlier in the day, but you can only report once the polls close. Some states you cannot open, count, or see any data on who has voted until the polls close. And then
Okay.
there are other states that same thing with a lot of their mail-in ballots, same thing. They can't start even processing them until the polls close. Um,
Okay.
and additionally, some states, most states, I believe, count a lot of their early votes first and their mail-in votes first, which typically those are Democratic votes. Most times, Democrats vote early or by mail. Typically, it used to be Republicans, but in 2020, Donald Trump told individuals that mail in ballots were fraud. So obviously, that stopped a lot of Republicans from going in and voting early.
Right.
He has since reneged on that and has told his supporters to go out and vote early and to vote often. So, and en masse. So we'll see how that turnout the vote actually worked for Donald Trump. But I do not believe, I could be wrong, but I do not believe there are any states that require a certain party's votes to be tallied before the others.
Okay. All
Yep.
right. I also pulled up that um which
Yeah.
states could close.
Okay. So
Um
who we got?
I got three. I got North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Close at
Okay.
7:30 according to PBS.org.
Perfect. We get to start looking at our state then. Just
Yes.
so the viewers know, we live in Ohio, not a state that we predict that Harris is going to win, but interesting for that senatorial race between Bernie Moreno and Senator Brown. Um, Additionally, North Carolina is an important swing state for Harris, so that will be an interesting one to watch as well. I think, Zachary, if we can go back to Florida, let's see if there's any counties that have reached 100%. We can compare to. Looks like there are a couple that are in the upper 90s. Um, so yeah, looks like we can potentially get some more information here. All right, so just to the right of that Sumter County that we were looking at earlier, Zachary, um, we've got Lake County. If you want to hover over that,
Kamala Harris dropped again, 50.
50%?
50%, 50.54% chance of winning
50.54. So yeah, right there, Lake County. Okay, Jake, can you pull up Lake County from 2020 in Florida? I want to see what that margin is. It
in
looks like it's
Florida.
pretty
Yeah,
similar. Yeah. A lot of these are pretty similar. Let me see. Gonna get the margin here real quick. And we can start to see if there's any additional decisions that come in after we check these out. So we're
County,
sitting
Florida.
61.57. So,
Where are you? No.
mhm.
Hold on. Sorry,
Yep,
I'm
all good.
I'm getting it pulled up. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yep, all good.
Um, what county? I'm sorry.
Lake County,
Lake
Florida.
County.
Yep. Then we'll go look at one more county, and then we'll leave Florida alone for a little bit and see what kind of
Margin
comes in.
margin was Trump plus 20.
Trump plus 20. Okay, currently he is winning that county by 23.8. So definitely looks to be a lot more support in Florida this go around for Trump kind of
I
as
can
things come in. Oh, go
I
ahead.
can also give you the 2016 margin too if you're
Yeah,
curious. But
go ahead and give me the 2016 margin with
so
Hillary Clinton.
so Trump was plus 22.9.
Okay, so that is definitely closer to the Hillary Clinton margin. So yeah, there we go. So there's 99% reporting. So let me get that official number here: 61.69. 69 minus 37.6. 24.09. Wow, so he definitely has improved his margins in rural Florida by the looks of it. Definitely something that I'm sure the Harris campaign wants to keep an eye on. But again, she really didn't campaign in Florida. She didn't plan on winning the state. So partially concerning, partially not. It's kind of one of those toss-ups. Like I know, obviously Trump is, yeah, Donald Trump has a 99% chance of winning the state of Florida. So I would be shocked if they're not going to call things soon. Oh, and also, looks like the Fox Decision Desk and the AP Decision Desk have called West Virginia for Donald Trump. Donald Trump sits at 23 electoral votes. Kamala Harris sits at 3 electoral votes. There you go. Called by the AP at 7:30 p.m. So as soon as poll was closed, West Virginia was called. Which, no surprise, West Virginia is about one of the reddest states in the union and quite a Republican stronghold.
Um, just a side thing. Trump easily won Ohio in 2016,
Yep.
2020. Expected to repeat that victory in 2024.
Yep.
Just to kind of go off of what you were saying
Yep,
earlier.
not a shock there. So, one of the things that I'm curious about, so Zachary, if you want to go back to LTE and go to the Florida senatorial race real quick. So, 55 or 45.15 compared to 45.23. So, Harris is outperforming Marcuso Powell by a tenth of a percent. So not by much. The state is approximately 71.38% in. So still a lot of votes there, but yeah, it looks like Harris is going to lose Florida, which again, no terrible surprise there. Um, Looks like a lot of the votes are coming in for Georgia, but not a ton of counties coming in that have reached a ton of reporting yet. Got some upper 60s in certain spots. Let's see. Jake, can you
Yes.
pull up uh Georgia Rockdale County? Which I don't know, Zachary. I know there's a lot of counties in Georgia. It's that tiny blue one in the center that's a different shade of blue from the rest. And up, yep. Uh,
Said
right to your right.
Rockdale.
Yep, Rockdale. Yeah,
Okay.
what was the margin in 2020?
Uh, let's see. What is this? It's loading.
Any comments or anything in the chat, Zachary?
Okay, Georgia. We got Rockdale County. Let's see.
Okay. Federal cybersecurity officials say there is no evidence of widespread fraud in Pennsylvania.
Looks like Biden plus 41.
Biden plus 41. Okay, and we are sitting currently at Harris. And
I'm
again,
gonna need to double check that. Just give me a second. But
okay. This is very grain of salt stuff because we're only at 68.25% reporting, but we are currently sitting at 75.75 or 57, 75.57 minus 23.95. So Harris is currently winning by a margin of 51.62. Um, and you said it was 40 for Biden, give or take?
yeah,
Okay.
41.
So, yep, definitely something to keep an eye on as it goes forward. Um, yeah, because like the big thing is, does she swing or does she pull more of these Atlanta suburban voters than she did or than Biden did in 2020? That's probably her real only path to winning Georgia, for being honest. All right. So, let's see. Any other questions you have, Jake? I will say, looks like
Let's see.
senior Trump advisor Corey Lewandowski is projecting confidence as polls begin to close. He feels great. This is up Trump. We're
Wait a
ready when the
minute.
election is called to begin the transition to put this country back on track. He said Donald
Hey,
Trump has the momentum.
hey, Brian. Virginia is showing blue now. Or has it
Yeah.
always
So,
been blue? I wasn't.
uh,
Oh, you were
yes.
talking about West Virginia. Never mind.
Yep, yep. So Virginia originally came in as red, but is now transitioning back to blue.
Mm.
And this is kind of, and you can see Harris's numbers are ticking back
They're-
up. So I think that
Yep.
that's just kind of these numbers are going to vary wildly throughout the night. So don't be surprised if they bounce around. Also, it looks like the senatorial races have been called in West Virginia and in Virginia. The incumbent Kane will keep his seat in Virginia, and the um, new Republican challenger replacing Joe Manchin seems to have beaten the Democratic challenger Elliott. So Justice has beaten, or sorry, Elliott and Moran, and then yeah, Tim Kaine looks to have won Virginia. All right. Anything going on with the congressional seats that I can see? Some incumbents have already won. So this one will be Virginia's seventh. Zachary, if you want to hover over it, it's that. Oh, yep, you're good. You're good down there. Nope, back in the congressional race. Yep. And then if you go to the top there, so that one will be interesting. Eugene Vindman is the brother, I believe, of Alexander Vindman, who testified against Donald Trump, I believe, during his impeachment process. So it'll be interesting to see if he ends up winning this seat. Also, I'm noticing there's a discrepancy in uh, LT's website because where I'm hovering over it and it's showing 18,000 votes for Vindman, 10,000 for Anderson, and the vote differential is definitely quite different on your screen compared to what, because like if you back out of that, Zachary, and you hover over that same icon, you see what I'm saying? So definitely a discrepancy there. Be interesting to see. Okay, it looks like a lot of the Ohio Senate or the Ohio Congress congressional seats are in. Not a lot of surprise there. Taylor wins, Kerry wins, Turner wins, Beatty wins. So again, a lot of House seats being called for Republicans already in Ohio. Um,
Yep.
but yeah, it is pretty widely uh, believed that Trump will carry Ohio, and that I'll be quite honest with you, Sherrod Brown has an uphill battle to keep his senatorial seat. If I'm being honest. All right. Trying to see if there's any other news that's come in
Yeah.
that's
I'm
earth
looking.
shattering.
I'm looking as well. I haven't
Yeah.
seen anything yet.
Okay.
Nothing earth shattering, and that is. There's plenty of news, but
Right. Yeah. Um. So. Yeah. Also, yeah, it's a good question. I forgot to look, or I forgot to keep track, but it does not seem like Stein is getting a ton of traction. I mean, I
yeah, I
know
haven't
this is
heard
in
anything.
Florida. She's less than 0.4%. Um,
I
And
haven't heard
again,
much
this is in
about
Florida.
RFK either.
Well, I don't believe RFK was in the ballot in Florida, but yeah,
Yeah, he's
correct. I
not.
haven't.
Yeah, I haven't
Yeah.
heard. I was just saying in general.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Um. Yep.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
a good idea. Let me.
Um.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
pull it up
Absolutely.
from 2020.
So, um, yeah, Pennsylvania is going to be one of those states that closes at 8. It's probably going to be one of those states that we are not going to know the results for until potentially t- potentially Wednesday, maybe even Thursday. We'll see how critical it is to the end result of the race. Um, but yeah, um, that is coming up quick. Also, a lot of House seats have been called in Kansas, Illinois, um, Alabama. Mostly, I don't even think the polls are closed, but a lot of these are pretty much like um, if 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 they don't go this way, something earth shattering would have had to have happened for the House seats to not go this way.
Hmm.
Um, I will say though, if you look at North Carolina though, this is showing up very blue to start. So very interesting, something to keep track of for sure. But then again, oh yeah,
It's
so
1.88
I think
percent
well,
reporting though too.
yeah, yeah. Well, oh, okay. So it looks like a lot of these are being interesting. They're being called for the Republican, but on the LT's website, they are showing up as blue because the blue is winning the majority of the votes. Okay, interesting. That'll be
Hmm.
something to keep track of. Um,
Yeah, it's
y-
interesting.
yeah, I think this is their first run at running this website, so maybe not how I would have done it, but definitely something to keep an eye on. Um,
Yeah, Harris just dropped 49.77%.
okay. Um,
Kind of
yep.
interesting.
Massachusetts and Connecticut have retained their senatorial seats. No big surprise there. Yeah, so we might want to switch to Fox Decision Desk for
Okay.
some of those house races to see when they're called. I saw you flip that up there, Zachary, and I think that's a good idea. Jake, can you get
Yes.
me a list of the next round of states that are going to close at 8 p.m.
Yeah,
Eastern time?
I still have it pulled up. I think. All right, I got Alabama, Connecticut,
Alabama.
Delaware, Florida. Wait a minute. Didn't Florida get? Oh, I guess it didn't. Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee, and DC in Washington D.C.
Dang, so we've got a big, big dump starting at
Big chunk,
8.
yeah.
Yep. And um,
The next big dump will be at 9.
did you say Michigan was in that list as well?
No.
When does Michigan
Michigan,
close? 8:30.
no. Hold on. Where is
Yep.
Michigan? Maybe I missed it. Michigan, it's at 9.
9. Oh wow, they're late. Dang. Well, I mean it's probably 8 local time.
That is with an asterisk.
Oh, okay. I'm guessing there's probably some unique rules for
Yeah.
Michigan.
Yeah, I don't know.
Um, all right. So looks like Wisconsin closes at 9. But yeah, so the big one is going to be Pennsylvania closing at 8. I mean, pretty much, we can talk about this now, but Pennsylvania is, in my opinion, Pennsylvania is the White House. Whoever wins Pennsylvania, I fully expect to win the presidency. Um, you know, Obviously, there's a lot of things that could happen before that. If certain people could, swing certain states, but in my opinion, the road to the White House 100% goes through Pennsylvania. Um, There'll be 19 electoral votes. Basically, if Harris carries Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin and doesn't lose any state that she is not projected to lose, um, she again reaches that 270 mark. Uh, the only way that there would be a tie is if she hits those three blue wall states and then does not win Nebraska's second congressional district, which she is again projected to win quite handedly. So,
So,
uh,
notably, Joe Biden
mhm,
won Pennsylvania in 2020 by
correct.
one
Yep.
by 1.2%.
Yep, approximately 80,000 votes. So it'll be very
Mhm.
interesting to see what the margin is this time, whether it's for Trump or for Harris. 80,000 votes is a considerable amount to swing. Um, and a lot of people do say that, when the polls start to close, that a lot of times you'll be hit with a air quote red mirage. I really don't know how if I believe that. I don't want to necessarily read too much into the tea leaves as the polls close. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of waffling back and forth, but yeah, so AP Votecast 7 minutes ago. North Carolina voters prefer Trump on immigration and Harris on healthcare. Not a huge surprise. A lot of people aren't happy with this administration's take on immigration or their lack of response to doing so. Additionally, when it comes to healthcare and abortion rights, a lot of people are not a fan of the Republican Party and their conservative views on abortion. So there's a lot of these dueling principles, and then sprinkle in between that, you've got January 6th, you've got the economy that people aren't overly thrilled with. So this is why a lot of people are saying this election is going to be so close because there are such dueling factions in the United States that will lead to what a lot of people perceive to be a very close race, which as of right now is what we're seeing.
Yeah, and take this for what it's worth. Some of the exit polls that CNN had run earlier
Mhm.
had the top two issues for voters as being uh, the economy and then democracy. So immigration that had kind of been right up there with the economy uh, had dropped below, democracy being a bigger issue.
Had tapered off.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. All right.
It's like the race is getting tighter in West Virginia too, as more
Well,
votes report.
yeah, and I'd be, believe it's only one county so far that's reporting.
Right.
Yeah, just
It's Monongahela County. Monon
Mon Oh boy,
Monon. Yeah, I can't say that either.
yeah,
I'm used to Monongahela,
yeah.
but
It's just like somebody saying Wapakoneta in Ohio. They're like Wapakoneta,
yeah,
Wapakoneta. Yeah.
yeah,
Um,
feel smart.
SMRT, smart. Wow, Trump has currently a 10-point uh, margin on Harris in Florida, which is staggering right now.
Mhm.
Not sure if that'll hold, but that is definitely not what you want to see if you're the Democrats right now. You know, especially because I believe there were some hints and inkling that she was going to do quite well in Florida. But again, still 25% of the vote left has not been called, so it'll be interesting to see how that progresses throughout the night. But if that margin holds, that is definitely concerning for the Harris campaign, in my opinion. All right. Oh, yeah. Oh,
After that release, yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
Hi, Joe. First off, I know who you
Hi,
are.
Joe.
Jake knows who you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, but no, thanks, Joe. Yeah, absolutely. When I saw the Ann Seltzer poll, obviously we're not necessarily seeing the ramifications of that right now in the current voting tallies, but Ann Seltzer is potentially one of the best Iowa pollsters that they have. She's very well respected in her own right, and when you see a poll come out from listen and she tells it like it is. She has had a very good track record pretty much since 2004. Um, if it starts to come to fruition, it is extremely, extremely good for Kamala Harris. Um, but I will say, as of right now, we're not necessarily seeing that. But again, that this is also very early. Um, but I believe that I do not believe that Harris will win Iowa, but I believe that um, if that poll is correct, she could only lose it by 4 or 5 points. And in my opinion, if she only loses Iowa by 4 or 5 points, she wins the election. If she wins Iowa, she wins the election in a landslide. Um, or at least she coasts to the White House. I don't know if she necessarily wins in a landslide, but I think that she would coast to the White House if she wins the state of Iowa. And additionally, Ann Zelzer over the last few years, she's only missed by like a couple of percentage points at most in her polls. So even if Trump wins by one, I mean that's within the margin of error. I believe the margin of error for that poll is 3.4%. Uh, you know, so it's very interesting to see. I think that this is this a scenario where she's wrong. Um, but I don't know by how much. And if she's right, then like I've told multiple people, if she's right, then in my opinion, this election's already over. It's just before all the results came in because that poll is such an outlier. I mean, nobody even had that on their radar. I mean, people were saying if it was 0 to 5%, that was devastating for Trump, like for him winning Iowa, if it was 0 to 5%. And here, Ann Selzer comes out with a 3% poll of Harris winning, not just Trump, only winning by 3%. So that's kind of my thoughts there. I think she will be wrong, but if it is anywhere close to that Harris +3 margin, um, it's very, very good for Kamala Harris. Just full stop. So.
Um, my my brother wants to know, he
Mhm.
could we potentially see political upheaval is if PA is close.
It depends on what the rest of the country is looking like. Okay, so yeah, AP just put out which polls close at 8 p.m. So that's on their website if you wanted to pull that up, Zachary. And at 8:30 p.m. polls will close in Arkansas. So big dump at 8, and then 8:30 it slows down a little bit. So like I said, I think that depends on how the rest of the election is going. Pennsylvania will be one of the last states on the East Coast to report its election results. So I feel like there will be a lot of knowns about the election by the time that Pennsylvania comes in as final. I
Okay.
do feel like if it comes in close and if it is within 20,000 votes, I think you're going to see legal challenges. I think you could potentially see recounts. I think you could see a lot of disruptions at the poll stations, which who knows, you might even see that later tonight. It's tough to tell. We're living in unprecedented times when it comes to the elections. I mean, we haven't seen this much continuous, I don't know want to say scrutiny, but just this much continuous questioning about the election process as we've seen. And
In
so
recent years, yeah.
yeah, it is very possible. I'm not going to say likely, but it is possible, especially if the election is close and Pennsylvania is extremely close. It is possible, but not likely. Judge tells polling place to quit testing its fire alarms. Interesting. Um,
Odd. What's the source on that?
that's from AP News. It is
Okay.
yeah, in Pennsylvania's Allegheny County, Moon Area High School, which hosts a polling place, they conducted intermittent fire alarm testing on election day, according to court documents. A county judge ordered the school to immediately cease all inspections and testing until all voting is completed, which, fair enough. Yeah, that not exactly the day that you want to test your fire alarm. People are trying to go place cast their ballots.
What are we looking at here?
Nearly 8 in 10 voters for Trump in Georgia said their vote was for the former president, while 2 in 10 said it was against Harris. According to AP VoteCast, an expansive survey of more than 1,000 voters in the state, Harris voters were similarly supportive, with about three-quarters of them saying their vote was to support the vice president, while to oppose Trump. Which doesn't really surprise me. Trump does carry a lot of loyalty than Harris does. Democrats, typically vocal about their displeasure towards the candidate, so than Republicans are towards Trump. Interestingly enough, there is the question on how many former Nikki Haley supporters will be either sitting out this election or Kamala Harris. That'll be interesting to see as time goes on, because they were not, a total minutia in the Republican primary, but it is telling that Nikki Haley did endorse Donald Trump so that probably did drag some of her supporters along with her. But obviously, there are going to be some individuals who defected, same as the individuals for Kamala Harris who defected due to the situation in the Middle East. So, just something to keep an eye out on as we go forward. You're gonna have the overall national results in the middle there. I think that's a good idea. And then we can swap to other views as time goes on. Yeah, currently Donald Trump is winning the popular vote 55% to 43%. I can tell you right now that that margin is not going to hold up. Um, if it does, this election's over right now, but that's not going to hold up. Um, so there does seem to be like a lot of uh, um, early votes coming in for the Republicans, but I don't believe the Republicans carried that much of the popular vote in decades. And seeing as how Donald Trump has not carried the popular vote in his first two times running for office, I doubt that he does this time, especially with all of his controversy, unless he, simply just mobilized every single Republican voter in the country to vote for him, which, a lot of
You
Republicans
never
love him.
know. Yeah.
You never know. Yep. Right. So let's see. We've got 4 minutes until the polls close in our wonderful state of Pennsylvania, and a lot of the East Coast states as well. Which once those polls close, you'll definitely see the national vote start ticking up for Harris. I mean, there are a couple of states here that are noticeably Republican. I mean, and just to show you how much the vote totals bounce back and forth, Ohio has shifted in Kamala Harris's favor. She's currently winning 52 to 46%. But again, I don't anticipate that staying that way forever. But definitely something to keep track of as this moves forward.
Um, allsides.com saying in Pennsylvania there was a issue with how the ballots were being printed, prevented them from being counted. The counties affected Cambria and Bedford, largely Republican counties. I don't know if you covered that, Brian, or talked about it.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Can you send
coworker.
me?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, can you send me that? I'll try and see if I can verify that with some of my other.
I'll just put it in Discord.
Thank you. Let me see. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely don't think that that's going to last. I'm wondering what counties started to report. Oh yeah, it looks like Franklin. Franklin came in with a big vote
Summit
dump. Same
County.
thing with Lucas. And yep, went out. And here's another interesting tidbit. I believe Wood County, home to the college that both Jake and I went to, is very good at deciding presidential elections.
It's true.
It I believe it went blue in 2020, which decided, obviously Trump won the state, but I believe Wood County went blue in 2016. Oh, somebody just
That
broke
was
their
me.
keyboard.
That
Okay.
was, I hit my water bottle on the printer. I have so many
Oh,
papers and stuff on my desk, and just trying to find room to put it
yeah,
down.
Jake's a businessman. What can we say? But yeah, so and also Harris, or sorry, Trump won in 2016 in Wood County. So definitely something to keep track of as they start to report. All right. So there's an issue about.
Yeah, I didn't know. That's the first time I'm hearing about that, Brian. I don't know if it's
Yeah,
100%
same.
accurate.
Um, no, I like this. Yeah, I interesting. I'm trying to see.
So, I mean, according to it,
Yeah,
the
I'm pulling.
article.
Looks like there's some.
Go
Looks
ahead,
like the
sorry.
information came from Twitter, also known as X. So this came from David Lichio.
Because if this is true,
Uh,
then it could extend
okay,
voting times.
yeah. So here you go. Cambria County Commissioner Scott Hunt confirmed the voting problem was caused by how the ballots were printed, not a problem with the voting machines. So it was something that the county did when they were printing the votes. So this is not a situation like what people claimed last election with the machines doing something funky and people getting all bent up out of shape. So different,
Is,
different there.
is this the same one I saw earlier where there was a local amendment or something that was printed incorrectly on some ballots? So they shut down voting while they got new ballots, and a bunch of people had left because they didn't know how long they were going to be closed. But I cannot remember where that was at. That was way
Voting
earlier
times in
this afternoon.
Cambria,
Could
yeah,
extend. Yeah.
yeah, have been extended from 8 to 10.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh
So,
yeah, I see that in here. Yep,
yep.
they've been extended.
Which, and the thing is that in my opinion, I think that it is absolutely uh appropriate, for every vote to be counted. I don't care who you're voting for. It is your civic duty and your right to vote in this country, in my opinion. Don't squander it. I don't care who you vote for, just vote. And obviously, I know the polls are closed in Ohio, but just if you're watching, keep that in mind for future elections. That you have this right. Use it. Don't squander it.
So
Looks like. Yep. Oh wow.
yep. Oh, I'm showing it at 58.88%.
I see 56. So I'm sure it's waffling a ton because the polls just closed in a lot of states. Oh yeah,
Oh,
forgot to
sorry.
mention this
That
too.
that is for Ohio. I am so sorry.
Oh, all good. So
Oh
additionally,
no, it's 58.24. I'm seeing. Sorry.
okay,
Go ahead.
yep,
Sorry, Brian.
all good. Yep. So Allred, Colin Allred is running against Ted Cruz in Texas. That is another very important senatorial race to keep track of. If Harris overperforms and does really well, we could see potentially Allred overthrow Ted Cruz. And if that is the case, that would be a very large senatorial upset and would definitely provide a buffer in the event that Sherrod Brown or John Tester loses their senatorial race. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Additionally, though, yeah, it looks like Texas is starting to report 8% there. A lot of states just got called. Okay, so let's go through the states that just got called. I'm going to go through them on Fox. So yeah, if we want to go to the Fox decision desk, I'll go through those real quick. Starting from the uh, the latest or the ones that we have not reported on. So starting 7:56 p.m., Fox News called South Carolina for Donald Trump. No surprise there. Nothing earth-shattering, groundbreaking. Fox News calls Mississippi for Trump. Again, very very expected. Connecticut, again expected. Kamala Harris. Maryland, Kamala Harris expected. Fox News. Oklahoma. Yep, that makes perfect sense. Rhode Island, Kamala Harris. Um, Massachusetts, Kamala Harris. Alabama, Donald Trump. New Jersey, Kamala Harris. Florida. Oh, wow. Florida officially called for Donald Trump very early. Uh, Florida was not called for Donald Trump until quite some time in 2020. So this is obviously something that they've noticed is a very, very large shift. I mean, that's a 12-point difference. That's 11, 12-point difference. That is a very, very shocking result out of Florida, especially with 83% of the vote in. So definitely interesting to see how that transitions as time goes on. But again, I want to reiterate that Florida was not a state that Kamala Harris campaigned in very often. Additionally, we have Missouri for Donald Trump, District of Columbia for Kamala Harris, Tennessee for Donald Trump, Maine District 1 for Kamala Harris, and Illinois for Kamala Harris. So currently, as you can see on the screen, we are sitting at 105 to 72. Whew. We having fun yet?
Having a great time.
Perfect. I'm having a good time too. I got my energy drink. I got my white screens behind me. All right. Any other questions that come through, Zachary?
No, not at the moment.
Okay. Perfect.
Um, My brother said MSNBC projects Trump for Florida and MSNBC projects Kamala for Maryland, but you just called those.
Yep.
Two.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. So here's another important one. Well, Rick Scott has been declared the senatorial victor in Florida as well. But yeah, I mean that kind of went the same path as Harris. I mean, actually, I'm curious. So 5504 for Scott and 5543 for Harris. So um, Trump got some split ticket votes for him that Rick Scott did not get. So definitely interesting there. Okay. Yep, senatorial race is called in Delaware, in New Jersey, Connecticut, New York, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. I think we discussed some Massachusetts one, but a not a lot of curveballs so far. Not a lot of. I mean, the biggest curveball I will say has been Florida, and just how quickly it was called for Trump, and how much the margin of victory so far looks to be for Trump in Florida. It
Uh,
is his home state. Okay.
so Florida officials did say earlier that they expected to be able to call their race before people went to sleep tonight. So
Okay.
they themselves were feeling confident they would have it together. So
That seems to be the case. Okay. Yep. And again, for anybody who's curious or anybody who's watching, Florida does have election laws that allow it to count votes before the polls close, and that allows them to uh, get these results a lot quicker, especially even for such a populous state. Just keep that in mind. Heck. That can't be right. Okay. Um, Nothing against the LTE website, but we might want to pivot from this because it looks like it's definitely getting a little bugged out here. If you unless
Yeah,
something insane just happened, scroll down to the senatorial map, Zachary. So you can see Mississippi is currently blue. Also, it looks like Michigan is closed as well and is starting to tally their votes, or not? Yeah, not closed, but Michigan's starting to tally some of their votes early. But cover down on Mississippi. This is a race that 100% is supposed to go to Wicker. Ty Pinkins is not supposed to win this race. So if you want to flip over to the Senate, yeah, yeah, I'm sure that this hasn't been called. Yeah. So there's definitely some stuff going on with
let me ask my brother. He lives in Mississippi. Actually, he's
yeah,
watching the stream, so
yeah, because
see if he
that
knows
just
anything.
seems incorrect. So nothing against this website. I think the graphics are very cool, but we obviously want to make sure that the information that we're sharing is correct. So we'll see if we need to pivot from that as time goes on. There it goes. Okay, I just saw it flip. Yeah.
reading some of how their website works,
Mhm.
they their goal is to be faster than the other major outlets, basically. Uh,
Mhm.
so they mentioned that you'll see stuff like that on their map, uh,
Okay.
but it should quickly sort itself out as
Okay. Good.
they actually get some reporting and stuff.
Gotcha. Right. So yeah, polls are closed in Michigan. Polls close at 9 in Wisconsin. Yeah. So Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, and some of those North Carolina ones that we were looking at earlier have sorted themselves out. The colors. I am curious though. I'm gonna go to actually, yeah, Zachary, can you go to election results up at the top there? Can you go to location and go to Ohio and scroll down to issue one? That's the big one in Ohio this year. It's all the way down at the bottom. So
Oh,
you can
that's
see
good.
here that issue one is the gerrymandering map, and we can see here that
Starting to
yes
see
is
that.
to. So if you go to the election results at the top, Jake, and
Mhm.
scroll or go to location, type in Ohio, or just click
Oh,
Ohio.
click Ohio. Okay, I see
Yeah,
how it works.
yeah.
Issue one. Okay.
So mhm. um, also your map is far more updated than mine is, Zachary, for some reason.
I have also figured
Like,
out it helps to, like, the page kind of refreshes on its own, but it helps to
yeah,
uh, really refresh. Joseph also asked, because chat stopped loading for a minute, he asked
yep.
about Ohio Ninth District.
The Ohio Ninth District. Okay, let's give that a look here. So Ohio Ninth. Yes, that is Coptor versus Marin. Um, everyone thought that Marcy Coptor would, or Coptor, would honestly probably lose her seat forever ago, but she is not. She's currently holding on. She's currently projected near certain to win. She's at 58% to 40%, which is quite substantial. It's very top there. Yep. Um, so definitely interesting to keep. It's gonna be interesting to keep track of that race because that is, I believe when I first saw uh, everything getting started for the election tonight, she that was like a 50-50 race, and it seems that she has quite handedly won that election. So definitely something interesting to keep track of. Thanks, Joe, for bringing that up. Like I said, anybody in the comments, if you have any questions, want us to check anything specifically, feel free, and we will get that pulled up for you, and we will check that out and look at it together. All Red is still winning the Texas Senate by about 2%. Be interested to see how that transitions as time goes on. Uh, Same thing with Senator Sherrod Brown winning by approximately 0.5% in Ohio. Yeah, Florida is just taking up a lot of real estate uh, right now. Very, very shocking result so far. Um, oh, big, big dump there came in. It's like Kansas, some data just came in. I saw Carolina shift, South Carolina shifted a bit. So let's see if there's any additional, no additional calls from the Fox News desk at this time.
Yeah, I haven't
Let's
seen
see.
anything.
Yeah. All right. Geez, that's tragic. Missouri election workers killed in flash flood. I was actually going to bring this up earlier that there was, luckily, not a ton of the country was drastically impacted by severe weather during the election. Weather was actually pretty tame for the most part, but obviously, leading up to the election, there was a lot of severe storms in Oklahoma, um, and Arkansas and Missouri with flash flooding, things of that nature as well. And then obviously we had Hurricane Helene that devastated Western North Carolina. So it'll really be interesting to see how turnout is affected. And also, Zachary, if you want that presidential race overview, that might need refreshed in that bottom window there, because it definitely seems like it's behind on the electoral vote count. Mhm. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Um, but yeah, so it's like,
Did you talk on?
oh, actually, yeah.
Go ahead.
Wait,
Sorry, Brian.
no, that's correct. Because you're absolutely right, Zachary. Uh, Fox News has Harris at 72 and Trump at 105. AP has, which it looks like they're going off of AP, uh, the LTE website. If they're not making their own predictions, it looks like they're sticking closer in line with AP. They've got it at
AP.
95-35, so very
Yep,
interesting.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I have seen that on a couple. They've made their own guesses or predictions. Sorry, not guesses. Different. There you go. It's worth nothing. No, I'm kidding.
AP also reported that the FBI is warning that there are several fabricated videos misusing its name and insignia to promote false claims of problems at the polls.
I've seen that as well. That was so the AP just called. Um, but yeah, I saw that as well, Jake.
Yeah. What? Oh, okay. Yeah. Impersonates one fabricated video that impersonates the FBI and a federal government agency urges schools to suspend educational activities through November 11th because of the risk of violent shootings and riots.
Jeez.
Another claims that FBI received 9,000 complaints about malfunctioning voting machines. The FBI says neither video came from the Bureau and the contents of both are false. That was by Eric Tucker. So, probably longer
Sounds
now.
good.
But
Yeah. So right now, a lot of the results are coming in, and personally, I don't think that there's a ton of stuff to glean from a lot of these yet. Um, we're at 7% in Pennsylvania. We're at 31% in Virginia, 9% in North Carolina, 3% in Michigan, 36 in Ohio, 1%, 42 in Georgia. Okay, so let's hop into Georgia here. I want to see if there's any um, data in Georgia. Like there's a lot of counties that are reporting at 100% or darn close to it. I want to see if there's any of those out there, and we can confirm.
do you want me to go back and look at Georgia from 2020?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Let's give this a check out here.
All right, who are we looking? What are we looking at?
That is a great question so far. I am not prepared yet to give you a county to search real quick, but
Okay, so let me know.
Fulton County is
Fulton.
yeah, Fulton's right there, but Rockdale's still sitting at 71.6. Wish it would a little bit more. So let's see. There's some cherry red counties up. So if you go to the northern part of the state, Zachary, see, there's like the stack of two gray counties up at the northern part. So go just to the southwest of those two
Towns
counties.
and
Yeah.
White
So
County.
so Lumpkin. What a
Lumpkin.
name. Yeah. But I want to see the margin on that because that's at 90%. So, and Trump is winning that by 61%. So I want to see if that's a margin that stays pretty consistent in 2020. I want to see if she's picked up any ground. Not that
So
that's yeah.
Lumpkin, Lumpkin County. Trump had 78.3%, Biden 20.1%.
Okay, so looks like she might have lost some support in some of those rural counties. Can you tell me how many people voted in that county?
Let's see.
Because right now it looks like we're at 90% with
I just had it out.
one,
Lumpkin.
two,
Looks like
eight.
15,000. A
So
little bit more.
15,000 voted last
Yeah,
2020.
roughly. Uh, Yeah, give or oh wait, hold on. Yeah, give or take 15,000, just a little bit over 15,000.
So it looks like there's approximately 16,000 votes this time around, which is a not a small number in a small county. So it'll be interesting to see how like the last couple thousand votes there shake out. But yeah, definitely interesting to see we've got here because I want some of those Atlanta suburb counties to start reporting, like Gwinnett, Fulton, DeKalb, things like that. But looks like we just don't have that data yet. So we'll come back to that at a later date. Hopefully, actually not a later date. Hopefully, just later this evening. All right. Most Trump and Harris voters were motivated in support of their candidate. That's from AP Votecast. Some precincts in Boston ran out of ballots. How the hell do you do
Wow.
that?
Yeah, how do you do that?
Yeah. In Massachusetts, the group Lawyers for Civil Rights warned precincts in Boston ran out of ballots, including cities Hyde Park,
Don't you have
Roselandale,
to,
and
don't you have to have a ballot for everyone registered?
that's what I kind of thought. But
How do you
well,
run out?
no, that's not true. That's not true because I know. Did you voted
Go
in
ahead.
person? Did you
Yeah.
vote? You voted before election day?
Yeah.
So
Oh,
the
that
way
makes
that it was
sense.
done,
Okay.
like,
I
because
see what you're saying.
the way that they did it, where I went and voted was I showed them my ID and I said, hey, this is me. I want a ballot for location, and they printed off my ballot, and then I went and filled it out, and then I submitted it electronically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
So that's interesting. I mean, of course, Boston or Massachusetts could do it different.
yeah, I don't know.
Oh, a decision desk update on Georgia. Trump has a lead in Georgia with more than a third of the estimated votes counted. Not every county has reported results. Among the counties with no votes reported, around an hour after polls close, are the big and Democratic-leaning Atlanta suburbs of DeKalb and Gwinnett counties. More than 4 million Georgians voted before Election Day.
MSNBC is reporting 32 bomb threats in Fulton County, Georgia alone.
I mean, what do you say to that? I mean, really,
I mean,
you know,
I don't know. A lot.
right? Yeah,
But
yeah.
a
There's
little.
there's there's a lot to say, but not a lot that I'm going to say.
Right. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
So looks like Cruz is starting to take the lead on Allred in the Senate race in Texas. Same thing with Trump. He's starting to pull away from Harris in Texas, but again, only 30% of the vote counted. So just something to keep in mind. Oh wow. Uh, so approximately 600 votes have been counted in Mississippi so far. A lot of votes. Being sarcastic. Um, Wait, was Trump not even on the ballot? No, he was. Okay. That was weird. I don't know why it showed it like that.
Elizabeth Warren wins re-election in Massachusetts Senate race.
Yep. 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 But yeah, we're about at 30% in the state of Texas, so we'll see kind of how that shifts. But definitely not a good sign for all red as we start this evening. Got about a half hour until Wisconsin closes, and we also have Arkansas closing in 6 minutes. So we're kind of in a portion now where a lot of these states are going to start tallying up their votes, and the margins, potentially going to start shifting back and forth by quite a large amount. And the thing is like a lot of these, so a part of the red mirage that a lot of people see when um, these elections start is a lot of these rural counties, which may have 10 to 15,000 people at most, they can count the ballots super quick, right? Like, I mean, it's so much easier to count 10,000 ballots than it is to count 150,000, you know? So, a lot of times what you'll see is Republicans will jump out in front very quickly. And then
Mm-hmm.
as these larger counties start to come in, which have primarily more Democratic voting bases, you'll start to see the Democrats catch up.
That's
So
why I was.
that's
That's why I was thinking they counted the votes first.
yeah. So technically, they just count the smaller counties first because they're easier to count,
Right.
and those typically have more Republicans. So
Hmm.
that's why you're seeing that Republican jump. It's not because they're specifically counting
Counting them
Republicans first,
first. You just
but they're
they're
just
counting
the
the
easier counties to count.
right. Okay, that
Yep.
makes more sense.
Yep. Kamala Harris has shifted up to 57.5% chance to win on LT elections. So be interested to see how that uh, shifts the night goes on. Bernie Moreno has overtaken Sherrod Brown again in the Ohio Senate race.
In
Ohio is
Pittsburgh,
still. Oh, good.
some polling locations hit record highs by noon, including in blue suburban pockets. Democrats hope to maintain or even improve on Joe Biden's 2020 margins in a key county there. Um, if Kamala does better than Biden in Allegheny County, um, Meredith Lee Hill reported that there could be a 20-point victory margin. But Pittsburgh
Oh, 20
suburbs
point in the county. I thought you were saying 20 point.
in the
Yeah.
county.
I was like, whoa.
But Pittsburgh suburbs still have red pockets, and Allegheny County is surrounded by
Correct.
heavily Republican rural counties, which is
This
true,
is very true. Yep.
where Republicans believe they received record high turnout in some areas on Tuesday, which is today.
Correct. And I just want to remind everybody, just because somebody is registered Republican does not mean that they have to vote for the Republican candidate.
Correct.
Same thing with Democrats. Just because you're registered as a Democrat does not mean you have to vote for the Democratic candidate. However, the reason that you have these registrations is for primaries that happen prior to the election. So if you are a registered Democrat, you can only vote in the Democratic primary, and vice versa. If you're a Republican, you can only vote in the Republican primary. At least it's how it is in the state of Ohio, I believe. So basically, a lot of times people, if they want to vote in a certain primary, let's just say their buddy Jim Bob or Billie Jean wants to vote or is running for a seat, right? They're running for an election and they want to support them or they want to vote for them. They can switch their party alignment, vote in the primary, and then forget to change it back or just choose not to change it back. And then the general election rolls around and they have um, a different voting block than what they would typically vote in their general election for the president, so on and so forth. So definitely something to keep in mind. Any additional questions or anything like that, Zachary? Dang it, Dale.
I just want to say thank you for watching the stream. That those of you
Yeah,
that are watching.
So real quick,
absolutely.
while we are coming up on 8:30, right now, with the way things are looking, how are you guys feeling about the way the election is going? We did get a question about Ohio issue 1, so while you guys talk about that, I'm going to pull that up.
Okay,
Let me.
Jake, I'll let you go first.
Who asked? Oh,
So
that was issue
how are you
1.
feeling right
Okay.
now?
Oh, about the election.
Yep.
I mean, Florida is kind of shocking, but it is just being called so quickly. But I mean, it's kind of going the way I thought it would go. I don't
Okay.
know. Kind of hitting on just kind of the things I've been seeing. It's kind of the way it's been going, and
So
or
basically
like
you're not
hearing, and I'm not too surprised.
okay. You're not
Yeah.
You're not overly surprised by any of the
Besides
results so
Florida,
far. Right. Yeah.
just being called
And
so, it being called so. I figured Trump would likely
win it.
take Florida, but yeah, it
I mean,
just
he's about to win
yeah,
Florida by, potentially 13, 14%, which is
a
bananas,
lot. Yeah,
honestly.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I
But
figured that might happen, but um, yeah, that's I mean that's my piece.
mhm. Okay, so well, on my end, 8:30, pretty much polls closed an hour and a half ago, and we had a ton of stuff that's already gone on. Obviously, for the most part, it seems like when you talk about a country of 350 million people. The election's going fairly smooth. Um, a lot of the results are kind of pouring in, and it seems like Republicans have a lead right now in a lot of the uh, states that they're running in, uh, and kind of expected to be leading in. Uh, but it's obviously very early in the night, and it is common knowledge so far and common perception that this election will not be decided by midnight tonight. Um, that could change. Obviously we saw what happened with Florida and the fact that Donald Trump ran away with Florida. So um, there's definitely a potential that um, he could do that in other states that we weren't expecting him to do that in. And if that's the case, if Florida is a sign of general performance, then Kamala Harris's chances are not looking good. However, um, if Florida is overperforming simply for the fact that a lot of Republicans have moved there, um, and they've taken Republican votes out of other swing states, aka Georgia, um, then potentially that bodes well for Harris. It's really hard to tell. But right now, very early in the night, nothing is really shocking me outside of Florida. But it's a
I feel
close
the same
race.
way. Yeah.
Yep. And everybody said it was going to be a close race. Again, I'll be interested to see kind of how Iowa trends the night goes. Same thing with Wisconsin. I mean, when you look at the LTE election, I know we're looking at the Ohio issue one results right now. I mean, you can see the blue wall is blue walling so far for now. We'll see if that changes.
Brian, do you want to explain the blue wall for people that might
Yeah,
not know what it is?
absolutely. So the blue wall are three Midwestern states that Democrats have done very well in recent elections, and they find themselves uh, kind of holding up. It's the former area of the Rust Belt. Um, Basically, a lot of blue collar workers, a lot of unions, which typically voted for Democrats in the past, things like that. Um, those states typically all vote together. It's very rare that they don't vote together in an election. So typically, the way that Michigan goes, so does Wisconsin, so does Pennsylvania. The Pennsylvania goes, so does Wisconsin, so goes Michigan, and so on and so forth. Um, in 2016, those were the states that Hillary Clinton was expecting to kind of just walk away with, waltz in there and take them, and Donald Trump snatched them out of her hands, and the blue wall turned into the red wall. Now, fast forward to 2020, the red wall then transitioned back to the blue wall. So that is a lot of people's perception right now that that blue wall will stand firm, and if it stands firm, that leads Kamala Harris to the White House. Um, so we could probably pull up the past election results, like going back to the 80s on those northern Midwestern states. Obviously, back in the Reagan era, almost every state except for I think one voted for Reagan. So there was a big red tsunami back then. But obviously things have changed. The demographics have changed. The candidates have changed. So um, and also just to pivot off of that, looks like Illinois was called for Harris as well as Arkansas for Trump. So currently sitting at 111 to 72. And just so everybody's aware, you need 270 to win. So we are not even close yet. The election's got a long way to go.
And for those of you that are watching, please feel free to share the link and
Yeah,
get it out there. Um,
absolutely.
Share, like, subscribe, comment, do all the YouTube things.
yep,
Yep.
yep.
If you don't, I'll cry. Right. Anything you're seeing come across the wide internet web, Jake?
I'm currently trying to pull up the blue wall from the wall from 1980. See what we can
Oh,
compare.
Reagan's.
Yeah,
Reagan's. Yeah.
Reagan's. Yeah,
Well, we
Reagan's
won't
blue.
see anything like that. I can tell you that right
Yeah, no,
now.
I'm just curious.
Yeah. I believe it was Reagan against Walter Mondale, if I remember correctly. I can't remember if that was 1980 or 1982, 1984. Those elections. Oh wow. Uh, oh well. I think that's just a sign of how far conservative the state is at currently. Um, yeah, I think that is quite telling. Quite telling. Definitely. So I mean, basically, if you're a Democrat right now, Florida is off the table
They
going
also,
forward.
Florida again, also rejected the proposal to include the right to abortion in the state's constitution.
Wow. Wow. What was this? So what amendment was that?
I am not sure. I can attempt to find out real quick.
Yeah, if you could do that, that'd be great. I just want to see if there's a spread like of yeses and nos. Because I'm looking at it on my end. I see Florida Amendment 2 is 67.26% for yes, while Amendment 4 is only 57.07. So I'm wondering like if there was a strong contingent of uh no's, or like if it was very close. You know what I mean? If it was a very
The
close.
marijuana was Amendment 3, abortion was Amendment 4.
Okay.
Interesting. So is yes saying to not put it in the Constitution?
I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, no, that's how that they do it. They do it to trick people, or it's pretty. Yeah, it's the same thing with the correct. Yeah, I think. Fun fact: I think that should be illegal. Whatever. Trying to see if there's
Similar
any
to
flips.
issue 1 in Ohio.
Yep. Yeah. Correct. Very similar to issue 1. I'm trying to see. Looks like no. It's really strange. It looks like Florida is not going to have a single house flip, a house seat flip, but the Democrats are getting crushed. So it's very strange that the presidential race has gone so Trump heavy, and yet there hasn't been a single, or at least it doesn't look like there's going to be a single flip of any Florida congressional seats. That just strikes me as strange, but it is what it is. Each state's different.
And that's why elections are so hard to predict.
Correct, absolutely. Elections are very hard to predict. You never know what somebody's going to do on a given day. All right, so Michigan, and I know it's only 5.5%, but Michigan is the only state so far where Stein is looking like she's pressing 1%.
Yeah, I'm showing her at 0.8%.
0.8.
Yeah,
Yeah.
0.8.
Yeah. So not a shock there. I think that bodes well for Harris. If Stein stays under a percent, I think if that stays consistent, she wins Michigan no problem. Um, so that, I mean, you know, as long as this trend stays, I think as long as Stein stays beneath 1%, I think Michigan stays for Harris. And obviously, it's showing right now that the counties of Detroit, like the Detroit metro counties, are currently red. Those will not stay that way. I don't believe the Detroit metros voted against a Democrat in quite some time, and that would be Wayne County down there, just beneath Macomb. Yeah, which you can see. 0.1% reporting. So, let's see here. 41.2. So let's go to the Ohio Senate race if we can, Zachary. This one's interesting to me. We're getting to
Oh yeah, this one.
50%.
I mean, this
Or
one affects
41%.
us
Right, yeah, this one affects us, and I mean, well, actually, this affects
a
the nation.
lot.
I mean,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
yeah, if Sherrod Brown can keep his seat, then all that's left is Tester in Montana, And if Tester keeps his seat in Montana, then the Democrats keep the Senate. And it would be, honestly, a very interesting election if the Democrats keep the Senate, win the House, and lose the presidency. I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card, but it definitely could happen. Um, but yeah, it looks
Anything
like
can happen.
anything could happen. The song, I don't know. All right, here. So we've got Wood County is sitting at 51 to 48 with 4% reporting. Or sorry, I'm looking at the presidential. Uh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Who's this? Who's this third party guy? Uh, if you go to the Ohio Senate, Zachary Kissick.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, he's taking 2.5%.
I saw him on the
Uh,
ballot, and I was like, huh.
yeah, and I mean you can tell that he is taking quite a lot from Bernie Moreno. Yeah, okay, I didn't expect that. Um,
I didn't either.
yeah, I remember seeing him on my ballot, but I had never heard of the guy.
I might have seen one piece of media or one ad for Kissick.
Interesting. Very,
Yeah,
very
I
interesting.
got 3 or 4 like mailers for him, but I never. That was the only thing I ever saw of him was a few mailers.
Okay.
That could have been where I saw it too.
Very strange. Yeah, so okay, that Senate race is definitely going to be interesting to keep track of because if you look, I mean, Donald Trump's right now pulling away with 51%, while Sherrod Brown's holding firm at 50. So Harris is at 48, Trump is at 51, and Sherrod Brown definitely seems to be holding the line, um, because there doesn't seem to be a third party candidate siphoning from Trump, like because obviously Kennedy was not ballot in Ohio.
Joseph is asking if Delaware County in Ohio has been blue before.
Well,
Um,
I mean, I can
that's
go
a
back
great
to
question. Yeah, yeah. Go
I can
go
go
back and
back to
check the 2020
2020.
and
Yeah,
2016. Now,
yeah,
keep in mind, Jake. I believe
yeah,
Ohio, um, voted for Obama in 12 and 08. So feel free to go back. I mean, go back and
yeah.
check
I'll
all
go
the way
as
back
back as
to 08.
yeah. I'll go. Let me do that.
Don't go back as far as you can because we'll be back in like the 1920s and probably earlier. I don't know. I don't know when Delaware County was formed, but I would assume it's quite old. I'm gonna take a quick break in the Twitterverse because obviously Twitter has had a lot of
And that's a good point by Joseph there. As the Columbus suburbs grow and continue to expand out,
mhm,
some of those traditionally red counties will have at least smaller margins or struggle to stay red as the suburbs
correct.
expand.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I need another drink of my energy drink. I saw somebody tweet and say, "Guys, I don't think Biden's gonna win tonight," and I was like, "Oh no, that's not good." I, I didn't
Jeez.
put it together. Yeah. uh, oh boy, that's it. Credibility failed. All
I should
right.
really learn where the counties are on in Ohio.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I did just see this come
Ty
through.
Ty Matthews defeats Democrat Sheila Coressel for Ohio State House District 83, according to the AP.
Oh, interesting. Whoa. Okay. Go to Fox, Zachary, real quick. Go up at the top, the governor's race. Uh, North Carolina's already been called for. The Democratic candidate Stein. Um,
What?
yeah. Well, no. So this is against Mark Robinson, who called
Oh, okay.
himself the Black Nazi. So he was definitely very, very. He was projected to lose outright, fairly early on. But this really does strike me as one of those races where this could have been such a detriment to the Republicans running him as governor that Democrats could pick up North Carolina simply for the fact that he was on that ticket as a Republican. I don't know if that'll be the case, but definitely something to keep track of. I did see that when I was scrolling through the Twitterverse that they had called him to win that race already, which I thought was um, quite interesting that it's already been called. Uh,
I cannot pull up this information for some reason. Let me try this.
I was about to say, have you found an answer to?
I'm working on it.
Okay. Okay. Not seeing a lot of uh, huge, crazy breaking news on Twitter right now, which I suppose is a good thing.
For what it's worth, the gap between Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno has shrunk a little bit.
Okay, it shrunk. Okay. And Michigan's on track to break voting turnouts.
I have so many tabs open.
So here's a thing.
Huh.
According to the LTE website, Donald Trump now
Yep.
has a 50.46% chance of winning. So it has completely flipped
Interesting.
from Harris to Trump.
Wonder why that is. Whoa, wait a minute.
My brother said to turn up your mic a little bit, Zachary. He's having a hard time hearing you. I don't know if it's just him, but he is watching the YouTube feed.
I should be louder
So yeah,
now.
Donald Trump. Yeah, so I'm wondering what that shift was. Obviously, I see like Virginia's close, North Carolina's close, Georgia's close, Ohio's close, Texas is, not really close, but still definitely within the margin of error. Same thing with Brown and the Senate.
There we go.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely signs of the red mirage still
Right.
going on. And I mean, obviously the later in the night it goes, the less of a mirage it becomes because that's starting to become the norm.
Delaware County in 2020, Trump 52.7%, Biden 45.8%. That's 2020.
Okay.
Let me pull up 26. But it'll even let me.
Also, I've got a personal interest in Wisconsin's 5th district. I got a friend of mine who's running election
do you
there.
really?
So yeah, I do. If you want to check that out, Wisconsin, that's Michigan, Zachary.
I don't
You
forgive me.
absolute spoon.
My brain just really stopped working
It's
there for a
okay.
minute.
I thought Biden was running for president. You thought Michigan was Wisconsin. We're good. So yeah, Ben Steinhoff's my buddy from softball when I played up there. So shout out to Ben. He's got a big uphill mountain to climb. But yeah. All right. So Harris has shifted to 50.02% to win. Bouncing back and forth here. Like I said, this election is going to be a close one. A very, very close one.
It is like waffling between 50%, like minus, plus or minus 50.
Hmm. Yep.
Okay, let's see. I have too many tabs open. I have to close. Mm,
Hey Jake, BG's winning football.
Cool. Who are they playing?
Central Michigan.
Oh, nice.
All right.
I can't.
Anything been called on the decision desk? Arkansas. Nope. Last call was
Nothing from
Arkansas. So
Fox.
yep.
It's
It looks like
2016.
it was incumbent Scott wins the Vermont governorship. Kehoe wins Missouri. Nothing. No shocks there. I wish there was a something to predict the flips or something that showed flips. If that's something that you wanted to try and find, Zachary, like if there's a map that shows like current flips, that would be dope.
So Delaware County, Ohio in 2016 is showing 55.6% for Trump, 39.5% for Hillary Clinton, 3% for G. Johnson,
Gary Johnson.
Gary Johnson. Oh, I remember Gary Johnson.
Hmm.
Whatever happened to him?
I don't know. I think he just kind of faded into obsolescence.
So real quick, it's from the New York Times, but it does have, according to them, the Republicans have flipped one seat so far.
They flipped one seat. Okay.
What
All
seat
the
that
bomb
is, I'm not
threats in
sure, but
Georgia have been
Okay.
declared false.
Wait, what, Jake?
All the bomb threats in Georgia have been declared
Oh,
false reports.
yep. Not a shock. Not a shock
Not
there.
a shock there.
I will say I hope, really, really hope that this doesn't happen. But if something like that does occur, obviously we will talk about it and keep you as up to date as reliably possible. But obviously there's no incident that has occurred or that is projected to occur. But if it does, we will be more than happy. Well, not happy, but we will be more than willing to talk about that.
To talk about it, yeah.
Yep. Great. The 6 people who are watching this, they're going to clip that. That's going to go viral.
Yeah. Maybe it'll get clicks on our channel.
The clicks aren't worth it, Jake.
No, they're not.
All right. So we got 6 minutes until the Wisconsin polls close. Looks like North Dakota's starting to tally votes prior to polls closing. Not a huge shock there.
yeah,
I'm still waiting for. Go ahead.
you misspoke at the wrong time. JT has he's got you. You're toast. It's over. It's been a fun career.
JT who?
Campbell.
Oh, okay, JT Campbell. Okay, bud. Thanks for tuning in, Jake. Or James. JT. Jesus Christ. I bowl with JT on Fridays, so he's a good buddy of mine. Do you have any questions, JT? If you're watching, I
Yeah,
know.
feel free to ask. We can
Yeah,
see what we
I'll
can
do my
muster
best
up.
to answer. Yeah, yeah. Donald Trump has definitely climbed here as of late. He's jumped up to 53.16% chance to win. Um, obviously that's concerning for the Harris campaign. I mean, he is again. I don't project him winning the national vote, so it'll be interesting to see where Harris makes up this ground. But as of right now, she is currently losing the popular vote by 9%. I just don't think that that's going to happen. Obviously, I know New York and California really aren't being tallied right now, but I just don't see her losing that much. Obviously, the popular vote does not matter, though. The electoral college is what matters. Um, but I will also add to the news that Trump is now at 53% chance to win. Harris was also at 56, 54%. So obviously these can still bounce around very much and very quickly because just a few minutes ago Trump was at 50%. So obviously this is a live model that is. I'm not exactly sure how they come up with these numbers, but unless Zachary, if you knew off the top of your head, but it seems like obviously it's all being calculated on the fly. So
Yeah, from what I've seen, I haven't been able to find anything that shows specifically how they make their projections or anything.
it's
And
proprietary.
that's just like kind of most of these. They're going to be close, but not 100%
Hmm.
accurate because it's happening live.
Yep. Okay, so looks like I haven't seen these come through the AP news desk, so I will hold off on reporting them. But I see through the wonderful world of Twitter that uh, two state projections have been made, but I will not bring those up until uh,
Wait, what's been made? Sorry, I was
two
reading
two
something.
states have been called, but I'm not going to name them until it's official.
Okay.
Yeah. Nothing earth shattering. Like they're both expected states for whomever they're being called for.
Oh,
But
yep, I just saw them.
yeah, so we'll see. Wait, where did you see them, Jake?
Oh, I want to know where you saw them.
I saw mine on Twitter.
Oh, I did not see them on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
Yeah, that's
maybe
why.
we're not looking at the same things.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I'm
I
that's why I'm
might be I
holding
might be
off.
a little bit behind you.
Yeah,
That's fair.
yeah, I'm holding off on the call. Um, yeah, until it's officially called by somebody.
The Fox News desk here has officially called Delaware for Kamala Harris.
Okay.
That's
So
what I
that
was seeing. That was one of them. What I
okay.
was seeing.
Okay, Delaware. Fun fact, that was not uh the states that I had.
I had Delaware. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm curious what you have. Just say
I
what you
know.
have,
I
and then we
can't.
can fact check it in a second.
I can't tell you, Jake. I
All
can't
right.
tell you. I
I'll
tell
do
you.
it because I'm a psycho. Uh,
No.
it was, if we're looking at the same ones, Virginia
Yep.
and oh, I already don't see the other one anymore. Oh, New
Brrrr.
Hampshire.
Yep. New Hampshire.
Both for
I had New
Kamala
Hampshire.
Harris, but not confirmed yet.
Correct.
Those are
Yes.
just
Not confirmed.
the Twitter reports.
Doo-doo.
Take a look here.
All right. So how's the okay? Yeah. So the Senate race is. Oh wow. The Senate race is separated by 120 votes in Ohio right now. 48.67% to 48.67%. That is nutty.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, well, okay, that's a little different. But
Still
looks like
close.
looks like Wood County is still barely holding blue, but it's been stuck at 44.6% for a while. Delaware County, if Joe is still watching, Delaware County has shifted back to Trump around 51 to 48%. God, I love Twitter. I hate Twitter, but I love Twitter.
And as we get more viewers, different viewers, just feel free to share this with
Yeah, actually, yeah.
people.
I mean,
Yeah,
shameless plug to the friends like Joe, JT, everybody like that. If you guys could go to Facebook and share this would be great. I mean, you know, obviously you don't have to, but it'd be greatly appreciated.
For what it's worth, not only do we have election coverage, but we are planning on doing more content, uh, U.S. news events, world events, that
Yep.
kind of stuff.
events.
So
Just
this
Yeah,
this
this
is
is
just
not
the
a one and
beginning.
done. Yeah, this is not a one and done.
yeah, we felt it would be a great kicking off point to do a live stream of the election. Let's see here.
Okay, let me see. All right. Oh wow, lots of calls. Let's go ahead and go through those real quick. Nothing too shocking there. Oh, there's also another Senate race that I want to keep an eye on when polls start to close and really give some information. As the Nebraska Senate race, there is a very interesting independent candidate that's running there. So we'll want to keep an eye on that as the polls close. But as of right now, Fox News called Colorado for Kamala Harris at 9, Kansas for Trump, Louisiana for Trump, North Dakota for Trump,
I got
Nebraska.
two. I got two calls, Brian, as well.
Okay, perfect.
AP
Nebraska
race.
at large for Trump, Nebraska District 1 for Trump, Nebraska District 3 for Trump. Wait. Okay, Nebraska second is still there. Okay, I thought
I,
they were calling all of them for
I
Trump.
got I got AP race calls. Uh, Wyoming for Trump
Yep,
and Louisiana for Trump.
yep. Okay, perfect. And we've got whoa, Fox News calls Texas for Trump. Okay, so that's a big one. That probably um, prevents Colin Allred from having any chance to beat um, Ted Cruz, if I had to guess. We'll I will see. Did they call the Senate race yet? No, they have not called the Senate race. Okay, so
Yeah, they haven't, but
definitely
Ted
something to
Ted
keep an eye on
Cruz's
there.
lead is building. It looks like
Yeah,
still only
so 5%.
56% in, but
Yeah, definitely. Yep,
I didn't.
not what you want to see. Not what you want to see if you're the Democrats.
Did you say Harris in New York?
Yep. Oh yeah. So
They called
Harrison,
New
New
York.
York. Yep.
Yep, and Trump, North Dakota and South Dakota.
All right. Trying to see here if we've got any counties that are near 100% in Georgia that we can do some comparisons on. This one's interesting. Let's go to Liberty Township. It's a very southeast county down in blue there. Yeah, let's see that. That's at 99%. Small county, 20,000, but it's at 99% in, so we can definitely compare it to previous elections. See if the turnouts change. See if Kamala Harris is winning by a larger, smaller margin. Same vice versa with Trump. See if he's winning by well, obviously he lost this county, but can compare it to 2020. Jake, are you working on that? Just curious.
So, I'm sorry. I was reading about
Oh,
issue
oh,
one.
oh, all good. Yeah, so I'm looking for 2020 results for Liberty County, Georgia.
Okay, I got
Yep, thank you.
you. Said Liberty County.
Yes.
Where is it? Where's it?
Southeastern
Okay,
portion
so
of the state.
okay, okay.
S-
Okay, it's showing Biden 61.3%, Trump 37.2%.
That's not looking good for Democrats in Georgia. Looks like they lost. Did you say what was it? 61 Biden.
61 Biden.
So it looks like they lost about 3% in that county. So it'll be really be
Well,
interesting to as to how they make up that difference in those Atlanta suburbs for sure.
notably, Joe Biden only beat Trump in Georgia by 0.2%
Correct,
in the
by
2020.
11,780 votes.
Yes.
Correct. Yep. Yep. All right. So obviously concerning again for the Democrats. Definitely not something that you want to see. You don't want to obviously don't want to shed any leads that you have in the state at all. Obviously, you can pick it up potentially like in these much larger counties, but definitely concerning that they're losing some of that rural Democrat support. Not that it's a huge shock, but definitely you want to keep your support everywhere at all possible. So, right, all right. So Iowa has closed and is starting to report. Be interested to see how Iowa starts to trickle in some of this data. Also, interestingly enough, I would figure that it's probably a lot of the larger cities, but um, Harris is doing surprisingly well in Kansas, of all places, to 52%. Um,
Oh,
don't know what to make of that with 36% reporting, but I imagine that will shift back over to Trump as time goes on. But just something interesting to see right now.
yeah, that is interesting.
But I want to preface something. I want to preface something for anybody who's watching, and for anybody who is maybe a little scared and nervous, if you're especially if you're on the Democratic side, because I know we've been showing you a lot of Republican stuff, a lot of wins, things of that nature. I want to preface something. So obviously Virginia hasn't been called, but some people are calling Virginia right now. So we're not doing that right now. But I just want to show you that there are individuals who are calling Virginia for the Democrats, and quite clearly, Republicans are up by 1% in Virginia. So just because the Republicans look like they're winning a state does not mean they will eventually go on to win that state. There are a lot of votes that need to be counted, and there will be a lot of votes that are heavily swayed from one party to the other. So just keep that in mind. And vice versa. There's sometimes that a Democrat could be like, let's just say later on tonight, Arizona comes in, looks bright blue. And then next thing you know, a big old Republican dump comes in and it switches to red. Very possible. Very likely to happen, honestly. Same thing with Michigan right now. Michigan was deep blue earlier. Now it's a lightish blue. Right now, Pennsylvania is deep dark blue. I don't think it's going to finish that way. So just keep that in mind. A lot of these results will change. Um, this is an election that is probably not going to be called tonight. So just get some sleep. I'm not going to get some sleep because I have a problem. You all need to get some sleep, but just keep that in mind as the night goes on.
I will eventually be leaving the stream to get some
Uh,
sleep.
Zachary, up to you. When Jake leaves, do you want to hop in on your face cam, or you just kind of want to stay in the shadows?
No, I can flip my own. That's fine.
Okay. The technical editor joins as a broadcaster. Can I call you that? Can I call you chief technical editor?
You can call me whatever you want.
Just not late to dinner.
What? I've never heard that before, but I love it.
Never heard that?
No, Jake, I don't get out much.
Dang.
Excuse me. All
It's
right.
okay, Brian.
I do my worst. All right. Any senatorial races called in time? Nope. Um, House still looking that house. Let's check on Ohio 9 because I think that this will give us a good idea for how much these races can shift because Top Tour was projected to win near certain. Oh, also, Zachary, you've got it in the wrong window. Looks like. There you go. Yeah, so she was projected near certain to win, so she shifted down to very early, and obviously she still got quite the margin on Derek Marin. Um, but just to show you that these still can bounce around as the night goes on. And again, I want to preface at the very beginning, um, she was projected 50-50 to win this race. So these numbers can and will change. So just roll with the punches as the night goes on. That's all. All right. Anything newsworthy
Brian,
coming in?
Brian, do you have a prediction of when they might call this election?
When they'll call the election or certain states, whoever asked that? Or is that you
Just
asking?
that's me asking.
Oh, it's me, or it's
I'm
you asking.
curious. Yeah, I'm curious.
Um, if it is not called by when I go to bed tonight,
Mm,
I think it'll be called early in the morning, Thursday morning, at the latest.
Early Thursday morning. You are predicting.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's my gut react. That's like my yeah, that's my gut reaction.
I'm
So
curious because I'm looking up when they called the election in 20
I believe they didn't call the election
till
until
Saturday, I believe. But I am just double checking.
yeah, that sounds right.
Brian,
That
uh,
sound.
Ryan is asking what your qualifications are
Oh,
for any
uh,
of this.
my qualifications, Ryan, are not needed because I'm simply just observing, as anyone can. It's my former boss, Ryan. Hi, Ryan. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you checking in. Uh, you can share it with all of your Wisconsin friends because you guys are in a battleground state, and I'm sure people want to watch. So, mean a lot. You can share it with the Meat and Hunt group if you want. But no, I do not have any election calling qualifications. I do not have a poli sci degree. I just simply follow the elections quite in depth. And I know a lot of the background information that goes into the elections, but I am not an expert and would never claim to be an expert in election forecasting, which is why we're not forecasting, really. We're making educated guesses, but we're not saying that anything's going to happen with any level of certainty. We're just kind of watching things as they unfold, giving people updates on the information at hand, and going from there. I'm just glad he tuned in.
Yeah, November 7th, 2020.
Mhm.
Joe Biden
AP
elected president of the United States.
AP officially calls Texas at 9:12 EST. Oh no, I bowl on Fridays. I bowl on Fridays. Kamala Harris has slightly closed the lead on Donald Trump in North Carolina. Donald Trump seems to have slightly pulled away from Georgia, 70%. So definitely concerning if the vice president. Um, I am kind of interested to see what's going on in Virginia, just because it is so close at 51% of the votes counted, and it is a neck and neck race. I'll
I'll
be quite
pull
honest
up
with
the
you.
2020
Yeah, because
if we're gonna
I'll
take a
be
look at it.
yeah I'll be quite honest with you. If Harris loses Virginia, that opens up a whole other can of worms, and not a good can for the Democrats. So definitely something to keep in mind there. The heck was that? Jake, you dropping stuff
As
again?
now is my chair. It's old and broken, and I need a new one.
I voted against my party registration.
Thank you, Emily. It's my favorite too. She,
What did I miss?
Emily said the Neutral News Network is my favorite network.
Hey, perfect.
I made this account to
Thanks.
comment this. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Emily. Appreciate it. And thanks,
A
Joe,
true
for
hero.
sharing this with Emily. Yeah.
Emily, yeah.
Yeah. I
All
did
right.
just
Go ahead, Brian.
fake
Sorry.
news. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that. I did just pull up the comments as well on my screen. Yep. Oh,
I just pulled them up. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I
oh,
have
I saw Adam. So Adam Quinn. Oh, and hi, I saw Jewel chimed in a while back. So gotcha.
yeah, I'm starting to just refresh the feed. So I have Virginia pulled up 2020, Brian.
Okay.
I have
I am wondering if we're going to start seeing some Democrat doom posting
I have
here.
Biden winning 54.4% to 44.2%.
Okay. Yeah, there were some polls that were predicting Virginia to be as high as 10% for Harris. I did think that that was kind of a stretch, but yeah,
Oh, that's
I
cool.
don't
All right.
know what's
Sorry,
up.
go ahead.
No,
I
no,
was
you.
just looking at I'm on politico.com, just kind of looking at the vote history. I didn't realize what that was telling me until now. Go ahead.
Uh,
I'll explain in
al-
a second.
al- Also, I see Joe. I see your comment. He might not be old enough to vote, but you can definitely make him a YouTube account. Nobody will need to know. Like you can get him an email and then just tell him when he's older that he subscribed to this really cool news channel back in the day.
Yeah, we'll be his
Uh,
first subscribe.
yeah.
Cool, cool.
And I know Ryan, this is really exciting. I completely agree. I could do this all night long. And fun fact, I will be doing this
Uh,
all night long.
Real quick, to the
Yep. What's
absolute
up?
surprise of nobody, Fox News has called Ohio for Donald Trump.
Oh, yep. I do see that. But they have not called the Senate race, correct?
Yep, not yet.
Yeah, not that
I
I've
don't
seen.
think. Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Gotcha. Yeah, so not to the shock of yeah. But yeah, 53 to 45. Not a huge surprise.
Oh, so I didn't notice on the Senate page on the Fox News decision desk, uh, the Democrats have lost one seat.
Correct. That would
Yes.
be
Yeah.
West Virginia.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, they do have that marked as a flip
Correct.
in the Senate.
Yes. Yes.
Cool. I actually like the fact that they are.
That is super helpful that
Well,
that exists.
the problem is that it looks like it only exists for the Senate. Nope, nope, there it is. Okay. Trying to see if I'm just kind of scrolling through other. See if there's any flips in the.
Hmm. Let's take a. Let me go back to that.
When did? So just as and I know that so trying to draw parallels between this election and 2020. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so excuse me. So in 2020, obviously COVID was happening. Wide wide swaths of mail-in and absentee voting um, that went across the entire country. Um, the early vote and mail-in ballots this time around were just as, if not um, more in some cases than 2020. Um, and some people remember that obviously Trump late at night and as well as Biden late at night, like we're talking like 11, 12 p.m., made uh, statements and speeches to the nation. Trump's was one where he claimed that he won the election and that the election was stolen from him. And a lot of times, this was in instances where the races, weren't called yet and they were still very close. Um, so we're still early in this ball game. I will say it is not looking good for the Democrats. The fact that some of these states have been called the way that they were, and especially at the margins that they're sitting at. But that does not mean that those margins still cannot tighten, and that they can shrink. But obviously these calls are usually pretty firm, and obviously they don't really waver that much. They're calls for a reason. Um, but I just want people to keep that in mind that if the absentee and mail-in balloting voting goes the same way as it did last election, these votes are going to be counted well into the night tonight, and we're going to see shifts back and forth well into the night. I know I've said this multiple times, but I just want that to be very clear that this is going to progress. Um, this is going to be a long, long night,
And
and it's going to cause a lot of people some heartburn.
and considering, according to this, I'm assuming it's Eastern Standard Time, but Alaska won't. Alaska's polls won't even close till 1 a.m.
Tomorrow. Yep.
Yeah, yeah,
Also, I'm planning on being online until 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Ryan. And as for immigrants eating the dogs, that's not something that happens. But I know that you're just joking. So,
yeah. And am. I'm going to hop out of here around 10 o'clock.
okay. Then what I think we can do, Zachary, is we can take a quick break around 10 o'clock.
10-4.
That is good with you. Iowa is starting to come in as blue, but again, super early. Same thing, Wisconsin red, Minnesota red. I doubt both those states go red, but we will see. Democrats holding a lead in Michigan, still holding that lead. 16 points in Pennsylvania, but it is narrowing. Still holding lead in Virginia. North Carolina has narrowed to within 2%. Actually, just over 2%, but definitely narrowing. Georgia's staying at around that 6% margin. Florida is almost done, and it's looking to be around 14%. I mean, that is just a absolute thumping for Democrats in Florida. I mean,
Yeah, it's
not even
shocking.
not even close. I mean, very interesting.
Let me go back to. Let me go back to the 2020. I'm
2020 was
curious.
it's only like
Yeah, do you have
300,000.
the numbers up? Yeah,
It was
yeah,
only like 300,000, and this is going to be about like 1.5 million potentially, 1.4 million.
yeah.
I mean,
That's
just
shocking.
absolutely bananas.
Yeah,
Yeah. So, um, yeah, just nuts. And again, frankly, not a good sign if you're the Democrats. Just straight up, it's not. Um, so, like I said, we're trying to be pretty honest here, pretty impartial. Obviously we have who we would want to win this election, but we're calling it as it is, and that is an absolute thumping that I don't think many people were expecting.
I mean, I wasn't
Uh,
expecting it. If I'm being honest,
yeah, Lucky, aka
I
yeah,
still expected a Trump outcome, but
yeah,
not that hard.
correct. Yes, Lucky. This is so far very wild, and I'm sure it will stay wild throughout the night. And yes, Ryan, I am sitting in the dark, but that is by design.
That's yeah,
Yeah, you know who that is.
yeah.
Okay.
So this is un unverified, but it's by a Twitter
Yep.
account. But they nailed the other ones earlier. Uh, Trump wins North Carolina.
Wow. Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
I haven't seen AP News Desk report on it
Yeah,
yet.
it hasn't come in through
I'm sure they
AP or
will
Fox News yet,
shortly.
but
If
yeah.
that, I mean,
Mhm.
if that account nailed the other ones, then I'm
And
expecting them to report on it soon here.
and I want to chime in here. Um, again, so far everything that's happened, nothing's been shocking, in regards of the end result. Obviously, Florida, we weren't expecting the margin, but um, no state has flipped to somebody else that shouldn't have. Obviously, Knight's young, but if she wins, and I don't think it's going to happen, but if she wins Virginia by 0.1%, loses North Carolina, loses Georgia, but wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, she wins as long as nothing else changes. Because she could lose Arizona, she could lose Nevada, and nothing would change. She would still win 270 to 268.
So Brian, give. I guess it's time. I guess I would say it would be time for another little update. How do you think the election is going?
Um, it is closer than I expected, but so far nothing changes. It's just closer than I expected. I still think that Harris can potentially win, which is kind of how I felt going into this, but
Right.
so can Donald Trump. I mean,
Yeah.
it's going to
I
be
mean,
close.
that's exactly how I feel as well. Do you? I know it's like an extremely rare chance, but do you think we come to a tie?
Oh, no, I do not. I think there is an outright winner, and that is the one call that I'm making solely biased because I do not want there to be a tie.
I mean,
It
I
is
don't either.
possible. It is very possible that I don't want there to be a tie.
Okay.
Um, but I will say, just these margins are very strange that are I mean, you've got a lot of the Democratic bulwark states coming in as you would expect, uh, but
Right.
then you've got other states that are closer. It, it's it's going to be close. It's going to be close unless something changes. Unless, like I said, the Democrats somehow do what they did in 2020, which was pull away at night, which is obviously a reason why a lot of people thought there was you know a rigged election, which there wasn't. There were reasons that the ballots came in big uh, drops late at night, and there's potential that could happen again. So it'll be interesting to see, but it is definitely close. Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, we will see. It's gonna be a long night. Get your bourbon and Coke out, because some people are gonna need to drink to get through this one.
I know a
I've
lot of
got my energy
people.
drink.
I know a lot of people aren't watching it for that reason because it's just so stressful.
Correct.
Like this election is huge.
Decision
Fox
Desk
News
HQ.
has officially
Go ahead.
called New Hampshire for Kamala Harris,
Okay.
Okay.
which is not surprising, but
Yeah, and uh, unless Decision Desk HQ knows something I don't know. I don't know why they called North Carolina so quickly.
Republican David Joyce elected to U.S. House in Ohio's 14th district. I don't know if that's. I just saw it come across on AP News. Thanks, Dead Mixer. Hey,
Yeah, so this is why I'm very confused with HQ or the decision desk HQ. I mean, AP News just 2 minutes ago. No surprises as polls close. Eyes now turn to Eastern battlegrounds. There's been little surprise in results so far. Polls across the country having closed. Most polls across the country having closed. Trump won Republican-leading states including Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, and Texas, while Harris won a swath of New England and Northeast states including New Jersey, and New York. Meanwhile, the attention is gravitating toward the Eastern battleground states of Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. So even AP News is saying no surprises yet. Um, but yeah, so definitely interesting to see how that is going. Yeah, so then there's another. Trying to see if there's been anything else called.
so in
Go ahead.
2016, just throwing out random facts about these big battleground states like
Yeah.
Pennsylvania.
Also,
Uh,
Texas has been called for Ted Cruz,
okay.
according to Fox.
Pennsylvania voted for Trump in 2016 after choosing Democrats in 6 consecutive presidential contests. The state
Mhm,
swung back to the left in 2020 and gave Joe Biden his electoral college victory.
mhm.
So, yeah, I don't know. Harris is leading currently in Pennsylvania.
Mhm.
An estimated 27.3% votes have been counted in Pennsylvania at the current time.
Okay.
Hello, Lane. Glad you're here.
Dip mixer, no ties, please. Don't just don't just give me a taste. I want. Okay then. Sad, sad that I read that out. Okay.
Good thing you
Um,
didn't read the whole thing.
but yeah, close enough though.
Almost got you.
Hi Lane, thanks for tuning in. Is the weather impacting turnout? Actually, no, Ryan. Weather should not be impacting turnout across most of the United States. I'm sure there are certain areas that have been impacted. Obviously via Hurricane Helene. There was some flash flooding that
Floods,
went
yeah.
on in Missouri, and but I would say the majority of the country, leading up to Election Day, like the last couple weeks, and also today was pretty much any significant weather,
Um, MSNBC
widespread
is
significant weather.
is projecting New York for Harris.
Okay.
If not
Um,
already called, I think it was already called, but I'm not sure.
yeah. Yes, Lane, it is looking strong for Trump here so far. We've discussed the fact that um, in 2020, a lot of Democrat support came in as the night went on. Don't know if that'll be the case this time. Obviously, the voting process has changed since 2020, but it is definitely something to keep an eye on and keep in mind. night progresses. My projection is it was early Thursday for a call, but there is a potential that we know enough about the election by late tonight to call the election one way or the other. Western vote's not in yet. Correct. Absolutely. Yep. Still a lot of votes to come in on the western part of the country. The only confusion that I really have right now is the fact that you know the Decision Desk HQ has called the race for um, Donald Trump uh, with only 58% reporting in North Carolina. But you know they could know something I don't. They probably do, but I just find that odd.
In other news, Brian, I don't know if you saw this, but tropical storm Raphael strengthens to a Category 1 hurricane
Correct. Yep.
down near the Gulf.
Yeah, it'll hit Cuba, but it won't most likely impact um the United States that much.
Yeah.
As of now,
As of
things could
now.
change, but yeah. Yep. Yep. So yeah, I think of course Zachary's gonna pull up the weather. Easy peasy.
Look, if I'm good for something, it's going to be that.
I was just curious about it because I just happened to see information about it.
Mhm.
Yeah, at the moment, it looks to be mainly a rainmaker, which is good because they do need some rain down there. This might be
Mhm.
a little excessive, but it will at least help drought conditions.
Correct. All right. All right. Let's see. We've got a slightly blue Wisconsin. We've got a pretty blue Michigan and a pretty blue Pennsylvania. I will say the gap in Pennsylvania has closed to 8%, down from where it was earlier.
Uh, Lane is asking your thoughts on ballot burnings in places like Oregon.
Yeah. No, genuine thought on that. I think it was a very isolated incident. I don't think it's a widespread issue. Obviously, it's very unfortunate that that's something that is happening in today's politics. I do think that it will lead to potential changes in the way that they do ballot boxes, maybe nationwide. Obviously that's a very concerning thing to have happen. But there are ways to check and determine whether or not your ballot was submitted, and if your vote was counted via mail-in ballot. And if it wasn't, you can always go in and vote in person. So those people, while it was unfortunate their ballots were damaged, um, there should be systems in place that allowed them to vote. And I do not believe it had any impact on the election, or nor will it have an impact on the election. I know it is a competitive district up there, because I believe that's Oregon's third district where one of the three burnings happened, because I believe there were three different locations that had ballots burned. Um, I think that was the only one that was extremely competitive, and I believe that they would probably have systems in place to rectify that issue, mostly because it happened quite a few days before the election. Places like Brazil, hold up with your phone, and then it looks out. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think the United States could definitely do some processes to improve our voting systems and modernize them. Um, but we don't quite have a government that wants to work together right now. We'll see what happens after the election. So, and yeah, lucky. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. It's definitely concerning when you have margins of victory the way that you have them in Florida and Texas. Um, just not something that a lot of people had on their radar. So it'll be interesting to see how those shake out as the night goes on. I still think that, if the blue wall holds up in the north, obviously it's still Harris's race to lose. But if she loses one of those states, uh, that'll be a concern. And I'm not for forcing people to vote. I see your comment there. I'm not necessarily for forcing people to vote, but I do think it is your civic duty to vote, and I believe that it is a right that you enjoy as an American citizen, and that you should take full advantage of that right, and you should vote in every election if you are capable and able.
Brian.
So
Moreno currently is leading Brown by
by 4
4%.
point, yeah, that's not looking good for Brown. And it looks like the Senate is ticking up quite
Kissick
uh,
has 3%.
interesting. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
No,
yeah,
no,
he's
you're
got
right. No,
3%. It was kind of interesting.
yep, that's a good update. It'll be interesting to see if that update hold or if that margin holds. I know that's been kind of bouncing back and forth with Moreno in front, the Brown in front, but we are starting to get into the waning hours of Ohio electoral vote count, and it also is concerning, in my opinion, if you're looking at the bellwether of Wood County, that is shifting back towards neutral, at least for the senatorial race. I'm curious to see if it's holding up for the presidential. So it's shifting towards Trump, which, like I said, typically Wood County does call the election uh, nationwide. It is a bellwether. We'll see if that holds. Yeah, that's kind of where that stands right now, though. There's still a lot of votes left in Hamilton County to be counted, though, it looks like. Same thing with Franklin, which obviously Brown will get quite a lot of votes from there. And Cuyahoga as well, where he will get a substantial amount of votes, are all at below 50% vote totals. So there is still quite a chance. Actually, Franklin's just above 55 or just above 50%, but there's still quite a chance for Brown to make up some of those. And I will say Mahoning County is at 56%. And that is blue, which I don't believe that's gone blue in quite some time. Uh, so that'll be interesting to keep an eye on. I mean, Trump's obviously still going to win Ohio, but if they can shrink those margins.
Based solely on the LTE site, Trump now has a 64.5% chance to win. So that is increased pretty dramatically.
Pretty drastically. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, and I think yeah, I was still coming in as blue, which is interesting. It's really all. I think one of the things that's throwing off the model quite a lot is what's happening in Virginia. If I'm being honest with you, the
Mm-hmm.
fact that Virginia is, definitely like 1.5% towards Trump right now. And again, if Harris loses Virginia, that's really bad for the Democrats for sure. And again, we don't have here we don't have information like or in-depth information on the um, like what ballots are left to be cast or counted, because a lot of times like you can see like, oh, there's 60%, like, because a lot of times what'll happen here is you've got 56, or like let's just say Virginia, right? So if you want to pull up a map of Virginia, Zachary, because this could
Like an
explain
actual
the
map or just the
no
election?
the LTE map. Yep.
Okay.
So you know what you can see here for Virginia, right, is you've got like some gray counties and some very light blue counties on the eastern part of the state. So what happens in this scenario is like we talked about at the very beginning. A lot of these early votes that you're going to get are coming from a lot of these red counties because they are so easy to count, verify, and report out the data. Okay. So then what you will have later on as the night progresses, you'll have these bigger counties that have a more dense population um, report their results. And most likely those results will favor Democrats. Um, so, in this instance here, let's just say, you've got 40% of the votes left, right? Well, if 80% of that 40% are going to go towards Kamala Harris, she's going to go up in the margin by a ton. So that's where I think some of these margins could change as the night goes on. And that's potentially why the decision desk called North Carolina for Trump, because maybe they're reading that a lot of these votes from the cities have already been counted, and it's pretty easy to, because the decision desk has already called Virginia for Harris. So it, it's a it, it's It's weird. There's a lot of times where you get false signals when you're just looking at the results as is. I mean, I remember I watched before this broadcast. I watched some videos about the election being called the last cycle, and at one point, Fox News Decision Desk had North Carolina at 80% for Biden to win in 2020. He obviously lost the state by 70,000 votes. But at one point, the decision desk was like pretty confident that Biden was going to win, and then it slowly just shifted towards Republicans as the night went on, and then vice versa for some other states.
Okay.
So
Can I
yeah,
piggyback on what you're saying, Brian?
yeah, go for it.
Speaking of decision desk, there's an update on Pennsylvania. Harris is leading with about a fifth of the estimated votes counted a little more than an hour after polls closed. The earliest results included mailed ballots, which have historically favored Democrat. Oh gosh, where did it go? Democratic candidates, but the gap is narrowing as expected. Um, just a quick update on Pennsylvania.
Mhm.
Sorry, go ahead.
So here you go. This is 44 seconds from Decision Desk at AP. A Decision Desk update on Virginia. Pretty much exactly what I just said. As of 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Harris isn't doing as well as Biden in election returns at the same time during his race 4 years ago. Election officials in several counties in Virginia have also not yet reported results for votes cast by mail, which tend to favor Democrats. The race, as of right now, is too early to call. So Decision Desk HQ has called it for Harris. AP News has not. We are not using Decision Desk right now to call any election results. We'll be using Fox News and AP News when those results come in. Because I believe right now, nothing against Decision Desk, they are making their calls too early with not enough of the vote currently counted. They could be right. They could absolutely be right. But I don't want to go off of their
It's far
suggestions
too
as of
early.
right now.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah.
Absolutely. Far too early.
For what it's worth, Joseph, a smartboard would be just fantastic.
It really would.
Correct. Yes, yes, Lane. You hear Zach, our technical producer. And yes, yeah, we definitely do need a smart SMRT board. A smarty board. Right. When do the polls close? Polls close in 12 minutes in Arizona. No, polls are
They
closed in Arizona. Okay.
they are closed.
Yeah, they are closed.
Okay, because hold on.
I'd say I'm not
I
seeing any results out of there yet.
okay, I just saw hours extended at 9 precincts in eastern Arizona County. Wait,
Okay. And wait, not okay.
hold on, maybe not
9 precincts in one county. Okay.
in
Got it.
one county. Yes, yes.
Yeah, see, and Harris is starting to close the gap very slowly in Georgia right now. She's at 47.2, Trump is at 52.16. Same thing. Well, not same thing in North Carolina. She is starting to lose a little bit of ground. In Carolina, she's at 47.09 to Trump at 51.87. Uh, and she is starting to slowly close the gap in Virginia, 48.4 to 49.91. Pennsylvania has tightened significantly, 51.64 Harris, 47.46 Trump. Harris, same thing. Michigan has tightened significantly, 52.43 Harris, 54.74 Trump. Wisconsin, Trump.
Why do I see this?
You good over there, Jake?
Yeah, I found some interesting information, but I want to view the whole thing. Just give me a second. I'll see if
No,
I can
you don't
find
have any
it.
time. Sorry. Bye.
Okay.
Fired. Captor definitely does seem to be losing steam in Ohio's ninth. Iowa's third is 50% reporting, with Backham having a lead, which would be close to what Ann Selzer had. That's interesting to keep an eye on. Oh wow, with 2.03% reporting, Wyoming's first is blue, but that won't last. All right, so we do have some predictions in Arizona, some calls already. It looks like uh, some House seats. Really, no surprise on some of these, but certain ones are predicted. Yeah. Anyone getting tired yet? How's voter turnout looking like? That's a great question. Let's find a state that is pretty much done. So let's look at Florida. So Jake, can you go
Yes.
to 2020 uh, final vote count in Florida? That's a great
Yes, I
question,
can
Joe.
do that.
Great question.
Give me a second.
Yep.
You want a total vote count in
Yes,
Florida,
please.
or okay, in 2020?
Yep. Because right now we're sitting at approximately 50 to 70, so 100, 10.7 million votes in Florida as of right now, with 5% to go. So
Let's
10.7
see.
divided by.
I just put that. Definitely need a smart board. It would be really helpful right now.
So yeah, 11.23 or 11.263 million is kind of what's projected for this election for Florida.
Yeah, I'm 10,965,766. 776. Sorry.
So 10,009 or 10,900,000.
Yeah.
So an additional 300,000 votes um, have come. So additional 300,000 votes in Florida. So turnout's definitely higher by about 6%, 5-6%, Joe. Just based on Florida, it's looking like, and it definitely favored Trump. The turnout definitely favored Trump, which is definitely the opposite of what Democrats I think were hoping for. They were hoping, that turnout to vote to be in their favor, but in Florida it definitely turned out in Donald Trump's favor. All right, I'm getting reports that North Carolina is being called, but I'm not again seeing where. Trump is heading 4 percentage points from half the expected votes counted. Many of the state's populous counties haven't reported significant numbers of votes cast in person or election day, made up 83 past before data. So,
I got a call from Missouri. AP race calls. Donald Trump
yep,
wins Missouri.
Which not a shock there. There's a Senate race going on there, which has not been called between Kuntz and Hawley, or Kuntz. I'm not sure what's his name. Um, Kuntz. I'm just gonna go with Kuntz because it sounds better.
So I have a
Will
update on North
probably
Carolina.
lose. Got a North Carolina update? Okay.
Yeah, Trump is leading Harris by roughly 4 percentage points,
Yep.
with more than half of the expected votes counting. Many of the state's most populous counties have not reported significant numbers of votes cast in person on or before Election Day. In North Carolina,
Yes.
votes cast before Election Day made up 83% of votes in
So
2020.
so that's what I'm saying. Like I'm seeing all these people calling North Carolina right now, but if those votes haven't been counted by the populous cities,
Right. Yeah.
I'm not saying that Harris is going to win, but I think it's early to make these calls. But
It is
that's
very
why,
early.
yeah, that's why. I mean, I'm curious to see, but I mean, I will say they're up to 65% in, and Harris is not closing that gap. She's about 5% down on Trump. So
So these are not official calls. Uh, but they are forecast projections, basically, from the New York Times. They're predicting Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Arizona, and Wisconsin all going to Trump.
Wow.
Which
And that's it.
which would give Trump the win if that did turn out to be the case.
Yep. And that would be it. All right. Well, we will see how it shakes out. We may know the results of this election by the end of the night. Or the end of, like 2 a.m. when I go to bed.
Harris wins Colorado.
Yep. Yeah. Florida probably grew 5% population. Yeah, that didn't. Yeah, Joe, I would agree with that.
I'm heading out in a few minutes here, Brian.
Okay.
I'll just say my goodbyes now. Thanks everyone for watching. Hope you continue watching. We're gonna update you on more and more news as we progress through this.
Yep. Absolutely.
So take care for now, and I'll see you next time.
All right. See you later, Jake. Have a good rest of the evening.
You as well. I'll probably be watching for a little bit longer.
Sounds good. All right, Zachary, if you want to hop on in. Okay. Jake says, or Joe says bye to Jake. And I think that this is a good time for me to hit the restroom. So, Zachary, if you want to give your honest thoughts to the people, since I know you haven't talked as much, that'll be a good time for you to do it. I'll be right back.
Yeah, when you
Oh.
get back, I will also take a break. So
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, feel free to give your thoughts to the people.
My thoughts are, oh boy, gotta fix that. Yeah, it is so far surprising a little bit. I think everybody knew it was going to be tight, but it really seems like Democrats in most areas are really just underperforming at the moment. So a lot of time to go, a lot of votes to go. Still some unofficial calls floating around out there, but not much official. And a lot of the battleground states are still being tabulated, so there's not a lot shocking at the moment, but we will keep seeing how it goes. It really looks like we are heading towards, knowing who's going to win by either late tonight or early tomorrow. So I don't think it's going to take nearly as long as it did 4 years ago. For whatever that is worth. Thank you, Alex. We all appreciate that. So let's see. Let's poke around. Let's go check out the AP's website. So Nevada looks like they don't release any results or anything until everyone has voted. So likely be a little bit before we see anything there. Michigan is still missing quite a few votes well after things have closed, so that's interesting. Trump wins Missouri. We knew that already. And polls have now closed in Montana, Nevada, and Utah, so we should see those results come in pretty quickly. with the exception of Nevada, as we mentioned. So let us see what else has come in. Okay, so the Associated Press has called Utah for former President Donald Trump, as well as Montana. So two more calls from the Associated Press. Nothing from the Fox News decision desk, but Associated Press calls Utah and Montana for Donald Trump. Looks like the LTE map has also updated, so looks like the way things are going, it would appear Trump is heading for victory. Still, quite a few, not quite a few, but several very Democratic-leaning states that haven't had their polls closed, so no reports there yet. But a lot of the battleground states thus far appear to be leaning towards Trump. Still a long way to go, a lot of votes to be counted. We'll see if that maintains. Senate race-wise, let's pop in and take a look there. Last we checked, Republicans had flipped one seat, and that was in West Virginia. So far, that remains the case. So still nothing too shocking there, but a lot less info really floating around out there for that stuff. Brian, while you were gone, Associated Press called Utah and Montana for Trump, so not shocking there. Polls closed in Nevada, Montana, and Utah. Michigan has half of their 83 counties have not reported any votes yet, 2 hours after their polls close. And then Nevada doesn't start releasing information until everybody has voted, so we won't get anything there for a while.
Yep. Until all the...
Yeah. Which screen do you want me to leave up while I go take a break real quick?
Let's just go to the LTE election map. I feel like that just has the overall scope of everything as it's going right now. Yeah. And feel free to ask your questions in the chat. I'm actually going to take this time to just kind of watch the chat, see if anything comes in. I mean, I know I've kind of given my thoughts at length and ad nauseum right now, so feel free to give me your thoughts, and we'll take it from there. All right, bye forever, Zachary. Genuinely have no idea why people are voting for Trump. Well, you know, just again trying to be honest and transparent. Whether it's people aren't overly thrilled with current administration's handling of immigration or their perception of the economy. Inflation is a real thing to people. Like, they feel it in different ways. I'm fortunate that I'm not one of those individuals who feels it, but I understand that others feel that this administration has done a poor job dealing with inflation. Although that's there's some truth to that, but a lot of it is also you know uh, not true when you look at it on the scale of the rest of the world. The United States has some of the best inflation numbers out of any major economy on the planet, but the average American voter does not know that, nor do they care. Same thing with immigration. A lot of people do not realize that their food comes from cheap labor and undocumented immigrants coming over the border and working in states in the agriculture business. People just don't know that. So there's a lot of people who um, just do not know how the certain processes go on in the United States, and they vote accordingly. Um, yeah, but I mean, same thing can be said for Harris voters. There's a lot of people who will vote, you know, for them no matter what, thinking that they constantly have the best policies. I mean, there's voters on both sides that you could not sway no matter what. Um, and inflation just a lot of people vote with their pocketbooks, as frustrating as that may be, but that is just the nature of the beast. But yeah, still a lot of votes to count. um, you know there are still a lot of large counties in these states that have not been counted yet. um, but yeah, just full transparency, it's not looking good for Harris as of right now, but neither did it did not look good for Biden at the end of the night, going into tomorrow night, or going into the next day, in 2020. But yeah, it's just going to be a slow, steady race, to see if Harris can make up the ground once some of these larger counties are counted. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, feel free if anybody has any other questions. Feel free to ask. Happy to answer them. Um, some early results are coming in for Arizona. Looks like a dead tie in Arizona right now with 35% coming in. um, Obviously Zachary's not here to manipulate the stream, so you'll just have to take my word for it. Um, but yeah, just trying to see if any other races have been called. So far, the answer to that is no. Like when it comes to, I mean, the Utah Senate seat has been called for John. It's not a huge surprise there. Republicans have flipped one seat in the House of Representatives. Dan Osborne is currently beating Fisher in the Nebraska Senate race, so that would be interesting if that holds. Any other questions? Nope. Questions? Iowa was just called for Trump to that, but it was called. Let's see here. Nope, not called yet. Not called on Fox either. Okay. So let's see. So no new comments for now. Still got 11 people watching. Yeah, feel free if you're watching right now, drop a comment, or you know anything else that you want to go ahead and talk about. Um, yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting for Zachary to get back, so we can have some discussion on things are progressing. But as of right now, oh, thanks, Jake. Appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for being on tonight. Thank you, thank you. I'll be on for about another 4 hours or so, so I'm gonna be here for the long haul. And I assume Zachary will be here as well, because if he's not, then you'll just be kind of staring at my. Well, actually, you're not technically staring at my face right now. You're staring at the the LTE page and kind of watching the results shift back and forth. Um, yeah, but right. Anybody else? Nope. Okay, so 11 watching now. Perfect. Again, if anybody watching has any questions or anything about or anything that they want me to look at, obviously I can't move the map right now because Zachary isn't here, but I could still pull up the information and look at it for you. All right. Hey, you're back. All right. Hello. Not feeling great, Brian.
Hello.
Ohio issue looks one to scale. That's looking good for Bernie Moreno. Yeah. Again, it'll be really interesting to see how the larger counties come in. Obviously, we're at 73%. Franklin's still at less than 70%. Lucas is at 50. Cuyahoga's at 35 still. So there's still chance that he could pull it out. But yeah, you're right. It is looking pretty bleak. Just being completely honest with you. So just something to keep in mind. I mean, not here to sugarcoat it. Just not looking good for some of the down ballot races in Ohio as of right now. Are there states that you think have majority red that will flip? I at least BG's beating Central Michigan. Yeah, we have one good thing to look to. They weren't beating them by much, but hopefully they won or they're going to win. So Lucky, are there states that you think have majority red that will flip? You know, as of right now, let me refresh my page here. Uh, I don't think. Oh yeah, like Minnesota. I definitely don't see Minnesota going their way. I don't see Virginia going their way. Uh, I don't see New Mexico going their way. Again, I still think it is very early and very premature to call this race over. I know Democrats are definitely doom scrolling right now, to the nth degree. Um, I mean, it just straight up, it's not looking good. But that's kind of the progression on how this election will go as the night goes on. It will very much come down to, do the big cities show up and show out? If they do not, Kamala Harris does not stand a chance to win this election. If they do, it will be close, but she will win. It all comes down to how the big cities play out. That goes for Georgia. Where we're looking at those Fulton County, Cobb County. They're pushing now. The upper the upper 70s, low 80%, some upper 80s. Like Gwinnett County right now is still at 16%. What county is Atlanta in proper? Do you know, Zachary? Is it Gwinnett County or is it
Um,
DeKalb?
Let me check.
Yeah, because if Gwinnett County is where Atlanta proper is, and it's only at 16%, a lot of those votes are going to come from the Democrats, I would imagine.
Fulton County.
Fulton County.
Yeah, the bulk of it is in Fulton. A portion extends into DeKalb County.
Okay, but not Gwinnett.
It does not appear so.
Okay, so Fulton's the big county, which seems odd. I mean, how big is Atlanta?
If you asked me 2 seconds sooner, I had it up. Let's see. Almost 511,000 as of 2023.
That's it? 511,000?
According to Google, yes.
Seems low. But I mean that's so yeah. I mean these are your counties that he needs to win or she needs to win in order to make up the ground. Let's see. But yeah, like Cherokee County, that's a brutal one. 112 to 48,000, 112 to 48,000. So I mean,
So
there's some counties that are at all, but go ahead.
a couple things. I have seen definitely a lot of doom posting now coming out of a lot of Democratic camps. But there also appears to be a shift in voters under 30, with more of them supporting Trump compared
Correct.
to 2020 with Biden.
Yep, that does seem that way, and 65 is definitely the 30 to 40 range. Yeah, I mean, and that's just kind of. I mean, I'm not. Not overly shocked. That's really wild. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. I mean, this is definitely not how I expected the night to turn out. I did expect it to be close, and obviously it still is. And I think if Trump wins and he pulls this election out, we can very easily determine it. Like the election was done when Florida was called that early. I mean, we said it when it first happened that Florida being called that early for Trump was a shock because there was a thought that Florida would be within 5%, and they lost it by 14%. They lost it by over a million, almost 1.5 million votes. I mean, last election they lost by 300,000. I mean, it's insane that they lost by that much.
So is it safe to say that is your biggest surprise thus far?
100%, 100% that it is by that margin. I mean, even Texas. I mean, Texas is still only at 70% reporting, but it's a 14% margin there too. You know, those two states that Democrats thought that they made some headway in, clearly they did not.
So I know you.
You got what I need. Oh, sorry.
You prefer, or not prefer, you have spoken not out, necessarily against polling and whatnot, but have been very critical of how accurate they may be. Coming
Correct.
into today, a lot of the polling showed Harris, with a slim lead, but a lead nonetheless. Where do you think polling, assuming things hold tight, uh, Trump does actually win, whatnot? Where do you think polling goes wrong, and where does it go from here? Because it, like you say, it very much seems to be off just about every time. They make adjustments from election to election, this, that, and the other, but it doesn't seem like we can get it right.
Well, the problem is a lot of the times you are polling people who have landlines, you know, I mean, obviously there's different ways to poll people, but like you're polling people who are willing to pick up the phone, I guess. Um, and maybe you're picking up people who are higher propensity voters. Um, like I feel like a lot of the Trump supporters couldn't give two two craps about a poll. Um, and it's mostly been noticeable that the polls seem to, so far, undercount Republicans every single time. Um, especially Trump supporters. I mean, it's happened in 2016, it happened in 2020, it's happened in this election. The only election it didn't happen in was 2022, the midterms, where they predicted a red wave, and that did not happen. So, um, and it underpredicted Democrats. So that's a great question. I don't know. The only thing that I could think of is like polling. Just it it almost has to find a way to be more integrated in people's day-to-day lives, which I don't think it will be. I just don't think that. I think that polling is kind of going by the wayside, and people just aren't. There aren't enough people anymore to participate in polls to adequately sample the electorate, and too much weighting goes on back and forth. The numbers get
Oh,
skewed. I think pollsters are trying too hard to get an accurate number that they screw up. You know what I mean?
yep.
And that's about all I can think of. Yeah, I don't think that polling is going to be that useful going forward. I could be wrong. It could change back once Trump isn't the candidate. Maybe it's the Trump effect. I really don't know. Um, but the polls have just been bad, just straight up. Especially if Kamala Harris loses this election. I mean, the polls definitely showed Trump's strength, but they didn't show this much strength at all. So um, it's
Uh,
again underestimating Trump's performance.
for what it is worth, which is not much, the Associated Press has called the District of Columbia for Kamala Harris.
Woo!
So, to the real surprise of exactly nobody.
Nobody. Yeah, my I have a buddy who lives there. He sent me a Snapchat. He's like, "I'm here to go cast the most useless vote ever." As a guy live in Washington D.C.
Uh, Philadelphia election officials deny Trump's claims of cheating.
Yep.
Uh,
Which and see that's I don't know how I feel about that. Like that screams to me that he's losing. You don't
mm-hmm,
like um and also Georgia's tightening up 51 to 48 now.
mm-hmm,
So just so you're aware. Um this election is far from in my opinion. It is not looking good. Full disclosure. It's not looking good, but it is far from over. Um yeah. And that's just kind of where I sit right now. I mean, I think it's going to become more clear as the night goes on, but I still think we go to bed tonight not knowing who wins. Um, especially as these cities start to um, come in, like the bigger cities start to come in.
yeah.
So
I
yeah,
I believe it won't be official by the time we go to bed,
Mhm.
but I do think we probably know. Officially know,
Right.
with our brains probably.
Right, and to be fair, that's what we both said before tonight
Mhm.
even started. We said that we might not know the results when we go to bed tonight, but we will have a pretty darn good feeling by the time we go to bed tonight.
Yeah. Have a good night, Joseph. Appreciate you stopping in and chatting.
Yep. Bye, Joe. Have a great night. Yeah, happy to do this. Glad we could keep people informed, and obviously we're gonna do this more often. This live stream type style of podcasts and things of that nature. But we are just doing this like super long coverage of the election tonight. But we will be doing more news coverage, probably a weekly show going forward. So
For what it's worth, the LTE website now has Trump at an 89.33% chance to win.
correct. Also, Grant, Jake went to bed. Second.
The next round of polls looks like they go down at 11. Is there any? It's not this one. Yeah, looks like everything else is shuts down at 11. So we're really more or less just in a holding pattern at this point.
Hmm.
Waiting for
Also,
stuff to come in.
I had I had somebody I had somebody just send me a text message that is kind of shocking to me. This is expert analysis from Kevin Liptak. Uh, it has been a striking piece of information to emerge today, as Jim Acosta reported on air. Nevada election officials are saying young voters don't have any experience signing their own names and thus cannot match their signatures for verification purposes.
Really?
Yeah, which shows me that that's something that needs to change in the electoral process. I don't know how, but that,
Yep.
that
Wow.
information was from CNN, by the way.
Fair enough. Let's see. What do we have? Yeah, so far, House and Senate Republicans have flipped one seat in each of those races thus
Yeah,
far.
and that's the thing is like, not a lot has actually happened. You know what I mean? So far, there has not been a single state that has been called outside of what we expected. Just the margins have been off, you know?
Yeah.
Nothing has happened that's unexpected outside of the margins, which obviously the margins matter, but when it comes to the end result, so far no.
Let's see. Milwaukee finished recounting 30,000 absentee ballots.
Okay.
Uh, that's a thing.
Mm.
According to Jeff Zeleny, uh, looking tough for Harrison, Wisconsin as well. No,
Interesting.
not nearly the margins they're expecting there.
Hmm. And yeah, Lucky. Right. I mean, if you can't verify the signatures because they don't know how to sign something, then you got to find some other way to do it. I don't know how. Social Security, something like that. But yeah, definitely a interesting conundrum in the future for sure. Still no calls. like you said kind of earlier, we're in a holding period. Decision desk update on Arizona. Maricopa County, which includes Phoenix, has reported search vote gas of county is key for candidates. First update included 1 million votes. Half of the expected total there. First reported votes were ballots that arrived or were cast ahead of election day. County election officials informed it could take as long as 13 days to tabulate all the ballots.
Holy crap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lots of Democrats are feeling anxious about the results. However, Harris has flipped Virginia back in her favor.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan is still in her favor as well, not much, only 0.3%. But yeah, uh, you know, Milwaukee has only reported 50%. Waukesha County is known to be Trump country. All of this isn't really a huge shock. Door County is trending towards Trump, and Door County is a bellwether. Every president for the last few elections, if whoever wins Door County wins the election. So in Wisconsin, that is definitely something to keep an eye on as well. Pepin County, Ross County. And again, Stein is not overly siphoning off the vote. She is taking some votes, but not a great deal of votes. California is going to come in and help her reclaim the popular, but obviously that's not really what we care about. California is already known.
So how do you feel if
Yes.
once again, say Harris wins the popular vote but still loses the election?
Oh, the Electoral College should absolutely go. I mean, or it should be reworked. I think that the Electoral College should be based upon the population of the states, like wholeheartedly, um, like the congressional seats that we have are based upon the population of the states assigned by the Senate. And obviously, I know that like I guess that I think it needs to be reformed. Not necessarily sure how, because obviously, the popular vote is technically the will of the masses, and therefore that's kind of how we should do things, in my opinion. There's historical precedent to show that the Electoral College was based upon, a lot of pre-Civil War slavery states wanting to withhold their majority in electoral government. So, it's not exactly from a very fun democratic time in American history. It's just something that we've never been able to get rid of. I mean, we tried to get rid of it, I believe, back in the 70s, and we came close and never quite finished the job. So, um, and it's just not something that's going to happen, especially with an electoral map like this. I mean, you're not going to change this soon, in my opinion. Democrats or Republicans don't want to give up the power that they clearly have over Democrats in the electoral vote, and that's just how the map shakes out. If Democrats want more electoral votes, they need to build more houses in more Democratic states. Full stop. So, and they're frankly unwilling to do that most of the time. Therefore, they lose, or they come close to losing, as in
Fair enough.
2020. Yep. So they shoot themselves in the foot more times than not. Pew pew, as the kids say. Yeah. Well, and Matt, or sorry, Lucky. I mean, I don't know what you want me to call you. Um. Uh. I agree. I mean, I'm I'm of the opinion that it should go. I'm just trying to make a case for why it shouldn't. Um, I'm trying to be as balanced as possible here. That's the whole purpose of this network, is to try and be as fair and balanced as possible. I understand why we don't want. Uh, okay, I can call you Matt. Perfect. I just want to make sure you're not being anonymous. But yeah, I understand why we have the electoral college. Um, I don't think it's a good process. I don't think it's a good system that we have personally, but I understand why we have it, to give representation to those smaller states. Um, but I agree, the will of the people should be followed. And you win the popular vote 3 or 4 times in a row, and you don't win the presidency every single time. It seems kind of like a flawed system. So I agree there. Just I know, stop playing both sides. Nope, that's the point of this. I'm just trying to let people make their own decisions. I have my opinions and I have my biases. Right. Yeah, exactly. You understand why we have it. When we both agree it's not a good system. It's just, how do we change that? So,
In other news, Colorado voters voted to enshrine abortion rights.
that's good. Good, good, good. And, I absolutely think that there was extreme Supreme Court, like the Supreme Court had extreme precedent prior to Roe v. Wade being overturned, and they just decided to ignore that. So I'm glad that there are at least some states that are, even Republican states, that are taking it into their own hands to put abortion into their constitutions and things like that. It never should have had to get to this far, but I'm glad that some states are doing so. So that's a plus. Um, Me personally, if separation of church and state, most of the times abortion is made to be a religious issue, and the fact that it is being used for governmental practices and legislative purposes is something that I am quite frankly against, and I believe that it is factually incorrect to do so, based upon separation of church and state with the United States government. Um, but again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a justice. It is not my job to make policy.
As of 10:36 p.m., the Fox Decision Desk has called Iowa for Donald Trump.
Okay, yep, that's right. Yep, 10:36. They called Iowa. So, Ann Seltzer Ann Seltzer was wrong, just straight up. She was wrong in her poll, and quite frankly, it might prove that she was wrong by quite a lot. AP still has not called Iowa, but I would agree with Fox's decision. Living in the Bible Belt is wild. I live in the same town as Jerry Church State topic.
Uh,
I do not know who Jerry Falwell is.
AP did call Kansas as well, for what it's worth.
AP called Kansas?
Yep.
Oh, kidding.
Fox
You mean
News
Fox?
did both. Fox did at some
Okay.
point. I don't know when, but AP also just did.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Fox called it at 9 o'clock, so we missed that.
Oh, so they
in our
basically called it as soon
information.
as the
Yeah.
polls closed. We probably said it, but
Probably it was in that long list of all the calls that came in at once, I think.
hmm Dan Osborne is still beating Deb Fisher for that Nebraska Senate seat. but still a lot of counties out there in rural Nebraska.
LTE now has Trump at a 91.95% chance to win.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Let's see. How's Pennsylvania look? Philadelphia County. Erie County is definitely odd. That one's usually a 50-50 state. I know it's early in or 50-50 state, 50-50 county. Conservative figure turn the Christianity conservative. Oh, interesting. Gotcha. Well, yeah, it's definitely their mainstay now, for sure. Definitely their mainstay. Yep, AP just called Iowa. So, which again, funny topic. Well, was wild. Yeah. Funny topic that's very deep. Oh yeah, absolutely. So Jake and I planning on kind of doing what this podcast slash channel was originally based on, like kind of a back and forth. Like basically we give the news, we or like simply information as it's reported by different news media sites, and then we kind of give our opinions and thoughts on it after the fact. We're going to try and disseminate a lot of information as unbiased as possible. Then we will give our 2 cents. Um, Jake is going to be talking about certain topics. I'm probably going to be covering the election writ large in this next in our next episode, and it'll be probably in an episode form, not necessarily a live stream. We can do live streams occasionally, like for special events or basically big news stories. Um, but yeah, we figured this was a good way to just kind of kick it off right now. Oh, excuse me.
Have a good night, Lane. Thanks for stopping in.
Thanks for stopping, Lane. Have a good night. Talk to you later. So let's see. Yeah, so see.
I'm seeing some people expect that places like Pennsylvania, it will potentially be days before we know who actually wins.
Okay, lots of movement based on new candidates. Happy to help on the space subcommittee topic in the future if you want to share that with Jake. Yeah, absolutely. Reach out to Jake and talk about that. I'm sure we can definitely work that in. So let's go to Georgia. Let's go to Georgia real quick.
This one.
Hurry up. Okay.
I do what I want.
The hell is this county at? Find me Fayette County, please.
Oh, that's. How dare you?
All right. Oh, Fayette County. Okay.
So
So
it should be.
Yep, right there.
Somewhere
Okay.
right here. Look there.
So let's see here. Uh, so Trump won that county last time with 5%. So that does show that the margin has shrunk, not by much, but 1% could be a difference maker here. So she needs 62.2% of the remaining vote. She's gonna need to get it from these counties, 100%. I mean, she's gonna have to take a lot of votes from these counties here. Yeah, Georgia's gonna be another close one. Georgia's gonna be another close one. Georgia's gonna be another close one. Apparently, Michigan's Supreme Court flipped to blue, which is a good sign for the state, although it might not look blue right now. I did see that somewhere. Obviously, that's not going to be on any of the decision desks, but something to keep an eye on. Okay, here we go. Okay, lots of decision desk updates from AP. So we'll
I
go
was just
through these.
looking through those.
Yep. Trump leads Harris by about a point with roughly 50% of the expected vote reported. Expect a long count. The margin of victory in the state was less than a point in 2020, 2016, 2004, 2000, 2020. Biden's margin of victory was about 20,000 votes out of nearly 3.3 million. So this will be a close one. Again, as we've said from the start, I didn't think that anybody was going to necessarily run away with this. I think the polls kind of got that hint, but I did not think that any of these races were going to be blowouts. But if Harris loses, the clear cut tell was when Florida went so red. Okay, slightly less than 60%. Counted leads Harris by just over 110,000 votes. He's winning central and northeastern Pennsylvania, but Philadelphia and its counties so did the votes. Yep, so nothing, no shock there. Interesting. About one quarter of the estimated votes have been counted in Michigan, where Trump has just leaded 15,000 votes. Only a few thousand votes have been counted in Wade County. Democrat strong court producing 900,000, but 4 years after. So yeah, it's still very early for the blue wall states, and just remember that's all she needs is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Minnesota, barring something just absolutely batshit crazy, is not going red. I'm just throwing that out there. I mean, Klobuchar has already won her seat, so
Go, Willow.
Also, I wouldn't be shocked. I'm just going to throw this out there. I'm going to throw out one state that I think could go blue that zero people are saying it could go blue. I'm
Hmm.
not saying it's likely, but I'm saying there's a chance. And I think that's North Carolina. The only reason I'm saying that, and legit the only reason I'm saying that, is because of how much the governor waffle stomped his other opponent. It is very unlikely that there will be a 15% split ticket. There could be. It could be. But I mean, the ticket is, Stein is beating Robinson 55% to 40%, and Harris is losing by less than 2% in North Carolina, or around 2%. I mean, that's nuts. You know what I mean?
Hmm. I
So,
will be honest with you. I
mhm.
think Helene and all of the stuff that went on around that about the aid not coming in, I think it did more damage than people realize to Democrat
I would agree.
chances.
I would agree. Especially, I mean, because um, the one Democrat stronghold that's Asheville out there obviously got hit as well. But
Hmm.
there are probably a lot of disaffection Democrats who probably feel like the government didn't do enough. So I would agree with
Hmm.
that. See, this is why you're here, Zachary.
I have insight occasionally. Grant would like to know if Nevada was previously a swing state.
Um, Previously a swing state. That's a good question. I mean, it's been a swing state the last few elections. It's been a swing state. Let me see. Let's see. So, um, yeah. I mean, it went Clinton, Clinton, Bush, Bush, Obama, Obama, Trump, or sorry. It went Clinton, Clinton, Bush, Bush, Obama, Obama, Clinton, Biden. So last four elections, it has been um, Democratic. Hopefully that answered your question, Grant. Do you guys have any final predictions? Oh boy. Uh,
I
uh,
mean, I'll throw mine out there. I think Trump wins it.
okay. All right. So Zachary thinks Trump wins it. What state do you think he wins that, like, out of the three? Because he has to win one of the blue wall states. Which one
Uh,
is it?
I
No
think
problem, Grant.
he I think he gets North Carolina.
Well, so that
Or
doesn't
sorry, are you
that doesn't
talking like Minnesota or not Minnesota? Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania,
yeah,
those
because he
three.
has to take one of those three. He has to take one of those.
Um, I I would lean Pennsylvania personally.
Okay. I think he takes Pennsylvania. Man. Uh. Um. Man.
Fox News has
Man.
called
Man. Man.
Maine at large for Kamala Harris, for what it's worth.
Woo.
Uh, Fox News calls Maine District 2 for Donald Trump.
For Trump. Yep.
Yeah.
That doesn't shock me. God, Matt, you're killing me there, champ. Ugh. Gun to my head. And I know we're neutral news network, but this might be some bias. I think the cities pull it out. Barely. Barely. I think the blue wall holds. Yay, that's what we need. We need hard-hitting questions. I mean, you made me think. I think the blue wall holds. I don't think she carries, personally, I don't think she carries North Carolina or Georgia. I think the blue wall holds. She either wins 270 to 268 or she wins 276 to 262. Because I think she potentially electoral college. Yeah, right there. Yep, 262, 276, or 270, 268. Those are my two predictions. If I had to choose one, I think gun to my head, I think she holds the blue wall barely, barely, and maybe takes Nevada. But it's not going to be a big win, which of course opens up a whole another can of worms. But the blue wall states have blue wall governors. Not a lot of election deniers there in the government, so I think it fares well for her nationally if she wins those states. Again, close, very close. Too early to tell, even right now, even with a lot of things not looking good. But that's just how I feel, gun to my head. So you've got dueling opinions here, but we both agree, right, Zachary? Very close.
Yes,
Or do you
correct.
think it's not
100.
gonna be close?
No, I think it'll be very close. Yes.
Yep. Okay. Okay. In other news, just because it's relevant and it is newsworthy, the dollar has strengthened significantly, up 1.5%, which is a large move in the currency markets. Bitcoin is up by almost 5,000, almost 7% tonight, so that's a huge move. Bond yields have skyrocketed comparatively up, like the 30-year yield has gone up 4.33% nominally, not real. It was up, it's currently at 4.62% real. So a lot of things are being shaken up in the stock market overnight tonight. Just wanted to throw that out there for anybody who is curious. Okay. So Harris is at 2.7% behind in North Carolina. She is at 3% behind in Georgia. She is pretty much tied in Arizona. She is behind by 2% in Pennsylvania. She's behind by percent in Michigan and 2% ish in Wisconsin. Hey, well, wouldn't you know? Harris wins California, Donald Trump wins Idaho, and Harris wins Washington, all called by AP.
To the surprise of, once again,
of
nobody.
Correct. Which that currently puts us at 214 Donald Trump to 179 Kamala Harris. So, has Nevada started reporting anything yet? No,
No.
Nevada's not reported anything yet. So, see now, and Zachary, just just out of curiosity for like this model here that we're using like on LTE,
Hmm.
I'd be curious like once California's votes start pouring in, if that starts to shift it down from 96.29 down. Um, I don't know that it will, but just interesting to think about.
Yeah, it would be really cool to understand where that percentage comes from.
Correct.
I I would have to think that it comes from the fact that it currently has Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania all leaning Trump currently.
Right. And I think that's where this model is flawed. I think that's a lot of people are forgetting what happened in the 2020 election.
Mhm.
A lot of these large cities simply aren't going to report their mass quantities of votes until, either 2, 3 a.m. tonight or sometime tomorrow. And
Here
that's
it
why,
is.
when Matt asked me that question, like I said, gun to my head, uh, I wonder why the stock market is strengthened based on Trump leading the election. Any insight? Um, Big into stocks, have seen the same. Yeah, that's a great question. I know that uh, the talk of tariffs have uh, potentially come into effect, and I'm not really sure on how that necessarily strengthens the dollar, but it could be deemed to be inflationary. Which, if you go upon the principle that higher interest rates strengthen the dollar, then a lot of economists believe that the tariffs are going to be inflationary. Therefore, if Trump gets into office, implements these tariffs, uh, inflation is going to spike. Interest rates must rise to meet the rise in inflation, and therefore, if the interest rates rise, the dollar strengthens. And I think the market's trying to front run a Donald Trump victory, which again, they could be right, they could be wrong. The stock market was predicting, it seems like, a Harris victory. Now it's predicting a Trump. So obviously, the predictions can be wrong. The market can swing back, especially if Harris starts to come back and mount a comeback. Not saying she will, but I believe that's currently why the stock market is reacting the same way. And also, that is why Bitcoin has jumped as well, because Bitcoin is technically an asset to hedge against inflation, because technically that you can't print more of it. And if the government runs into a more inflationary environment, which it could under Donald Trump, according to economists, then Bitcoin would be a stronger asset to hold, along with gold, which I did not check gold. Let me see what this price is.
While you look at that,
Gold has dropped slightly, $10 an
uh,
ounce. So,
to illustrate what you were talking about earlier a little bit with the cities and whatnot, uh,
mhm.
this is from Chris Wallace a little bit earlier. Uh, it said Trump holds leads in Georgia, North Carolina, and in Pennsylvania. Still plenty of votes to be counted for Harris to come back. It says, for instance, Trump has now taken the lead in Pennsylvania by 58,000 votes, but at this exact point in 2020, Trump led by 200,000 votes.
Good to
So,
know.
and then of course, uh, Biden ended up winning Pennsylvania anyway. So,
Correct. And short-term solution. Tariffs are short-term, but solutions to trade issues fair short-term solution. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing with tariffs. The problem is like they could spark off greater trade wars. That's the big concern, is that in the countries, they don't really care that it's the Americans that are having to pay the tariffs, because you're basically charging the company for importing the goods in America. But that could eventually lead to a situation where um, since we're taking manufacturing away from them and trying to bring it back home, they could spark a trade war and raise prices on us for our exports to other countries and vice versa. So I think it's a bit short-sighted to do a bunch of tariff spikes. Although Trump did make a good point during his campaign that he instituted tariffs during his presidency, and Biden did not roll back during his. So that is definitely something to um, keep in mind. And also, Zachary, I wish that you could. I so here's something that I think would be great. Not that vote counting is the same in each election, but I would love to see like what was Georgia at this time last year. Uh,
Oh,
Correct. Steel is a
yeah,
big
no idea.
issue with trade in China. 100%. Actually, I literally just saw something come across my screen. It said looking to a 700% increase in tariffs. For just for context, that's somebody on Twitter that I follow who wants Trump to win, but I think he was making a joke, quite obviously. But yeah, like I wish there was a way to see the election results like as of this time last year. So I need to know who that person is, how he got information, and where I can see it. Well, hear you typing, Zachary. What the hell? No, I'm kidding.
Sorry, either my internet or my computer's taking a dump. Just dropping
Your internet
frames.
seems fine 'cause you're not lagging. Okay, I was about to say you're not lagging a ton.
Yes, it's
Cole.
going all
Okay,
over
hi
the
Cole.
place. It's really weird.
See, agree.
So I don't know. It'll sort itself back out.
Stream. I mean, I'm
There we
looking
go.
at the stream in the chat right now. It looks fine
Okay.
on my
Well,
end. So yeah.
it connection's good again, and frames aren't dropping anymore. So beats the hell out of me.
Whoa, Trump just took a big drop. I'm guessing a big vote drop came in. He went from 96 down to 9 instantly.
Washington was called, California was called, Colorado, New Mexico. That's all I've seen really change on their side.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could think was that there was just a big vote drop in a state that caused it to come get a little closer.
The AP called Washington, Idaho, and California, and I know you said some of those, but
Yep.
or
Yep.
maybe all of them.
Fox News is still not called New Mexico. It is crazy to think that we still have 3 hours of this left to go.
Right.
Sorry, I'm sending text to people who have reached out.
I'm out of energy drink, and that makes me sad.
I've got about half mine left. Right, all right, all right. Old news, Brian. Can I order you a pickle sandwich? If it's from Jimmy John's, Club Lulu, yes, you can absolutely order me a pickle sandwich. I would love that.
Grant, at least in 2020 and 2016, New Mexico was Democrat both times.
I believe New Mexico has been a pretty historic bellwether Democrat state as of late, mostly because of the Native American population there. And Matt, I saw you. Was it Virginia? I mean, she is up by 1.5% in Virginia, so that definitely could have been the case. But I didn't. Yeah, it definitely could have been Virginia. North Carolina is at 2.8%. Georgia is at 2.8%, or it's 3%. Just under 3%. Yeah. I can't do math
It's
on the fly.
interesting on the LTE website. Like in North Carolina, they don't have a, like Trump or Harris is likely to win or might win or whatever. Virginia, they have Harris is likely to win.
Harris is likely to win. Okay.
So.
And they have Trump probably likely to win. No, they don't. They got rid of it for Georgia too.
They have Trump is likely to win Pennsylvania.
Interesting. Well, what's the so okay? Go back to Pennsylvania real quick. Go to the So let's look at the counties here. So Allegheny County is 88.59% report. That's a big county. That's a big spicy meat. Erie County is 50% reporting, or 46. But like the big counties here that are the ones that Harris really needs to carry are obviously Philadelphia. She needs to carry that one large margin, which she can.
Yeah. So Biden, since you've got that up,
Yeah.
Biden won Allegheny County by 12%, give or take.
And right now Harris is winning it by 20.
Biden, like, basically borderline tied Lehigh County.
Where's Lehigh?
That is eastern Pennsylvania. It's a pretty small county. Go over here if you can see
So Harris is leading Lehigh by 4%.
Okay, so that would be an improvement.
What's Bucks? Bucks is important.
Where is right there?
Can you zoom in?
No, I can't, unfortunately. I could make the page bigger, I suppose. But Bucks is Trump won that
Trump
one
won that.
50 to 46. Yeah.
And right now Harris is winning that. Again, only 47% reporting, so many, a lot of potential to change. What about Philadelphia?
Oh, good God. Which county is Philadelphia?
It's super small. Good luck. Godspeed. It's a very southeastern portion of the state. Oh, you had it for a second.
Which?
South.
What's the county called? Do you know?
Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
Right there.
That's easy.
So 78, 19.2. So right now, Harris is at 77, 21, 35. So that's where she's probably missing some of the mark. But then again, that county is only 67% in. There's a ton of votes in these collar counties that just are not counted yet. Here, go to Chester if you can, just to the left of Philadelphia. 50.3. Yeah, Harris is at 49.8 to 39.1. If these margins hold, Harris wins Philadelphia easily. Or Philadelphia, Pennsylvania easily.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like a lot of the big counties, or a lot of the high population counties just are not in yet. Like go to Erie County, the upper left. Trump won that county, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Trump won it by 5%.
Well, 50.
Harris is winning that by 13% right now.
Wow.
So, and obviously, I'm sure there's a lot of in-person voting that happened today in Pennsylvania. But I mean, if these margins are even close to holding, Harris wins Pennsylvania easily.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looks pretty clear to me. And I mean, same probably goes for Michigan here. I mean, Wayne County, which is good old fashioned Detroit, it still hasn't reported. It's reported 0.67%.
Crap.
It's still showing up as Trump winning the county. There's so many votes that have not been counted today.
Yeah.
So far.
Biden won that one 64 to 32. So.
Right. Okay, so the one to the left of it's got 64% in. So go to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
What was the ratio there?
65.5 to 30.
And right now it's at 66 to 31.3. So, again, Harris is at or near the same margins Biden was. Here, okay, so zoom into Michigan if you can. Please and thank you.
That's
too far. Okay, so there's the big, tall, long county in the left side of the Michigan.
Big, tall, long count.
South side, southeast side.
Oh, south.
It's Kent.
Right there.
It's Kent.
Right.
Yeah, go to Kent.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
Why is it doing this?
Just use big brain and scroll up.
Okay.
Said it's on the Southeast side.
Yeah, southeast side. It's yeah. Kent County is what it's called. That's the one I want you to look for.
I quit. I hate everything.
This is funny. I like this. Was it Virginia? Anyway, fascinating. Does winning PA mean winning the election? Yeah. Well, while you find Kent, I will answer the people's questions. Controls. Cole says controls scroll wheel to zoom.
The zooming's not the problem. Getting the crap to show up on the screen is the real problem here.
There you go. But yes, almost certainly Grant from Matt. Yes, most likely. I said before the stream started today, and like at the very beginning, I said whoever wins Pennsylvania, in my opinion, wins the White House. I feel like if Kamala Harris carries Pennsylvania, she carries Wisconsin and Michigan as well. I feel like she will definitely carry Michigan, in my opinion. She will definitely if she if she carries Pennsylvania, she will definitely carry Michigan. The question will be, will she carry Wisconsin?
It's not the southeast side, for the record.
Oh, Southwest.
It's Grand Rapids. That
I'm
would have
so sorry.
saved everybody so much time.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
I goofed by giving you.
Okay.
Okay, so go to the county to the right of that. It should be Iona.
Iona. Okay.
Yep, right there. Okay, so this one, Trump. Okay, so this one, Trump definitely had the higher margin in. And let's compare voter turnout. So Trump got 21,055 votes. Map just disappeared. Oh, okay, there we go. Trump this time got 22,175 votes. So he got approximately 1,070 some odd votes more this time. Okay? Or like 1,000 and 1,120. Harris got almost 1,500 more votes than Biden did. Because so right now Harris outperformed Biden by 4%, and Trump outperformed himself by about 1.2%. So Harris made up margin in Iona County in this election because they're at 99% report. That's a good number. I mean, that's a good sign that she made up 4% margin. I mean, yes, still Donald Trump had a greater margin overall, but she picked up like net 600 votes in a very deep red county. Net. Again, she picked up net those votes.
Right.
Let's go again upper right if you can. Yeah, northeast. I actually got that one this time. Alcona. Yep, right there. So she picked up around 300 votes. Trump picked up 400 votes. Okay. So Trump outperformed her by 100 votes in Alcona County. I mean, the margin this time was 70% to 28.61. So again, Harris had a better performance than Biden in this county. Trump still overperformed, but the third party candidates, fell to the wayside. So again, Donald Trump's margin didn't increase by the same margin that Harris's did. Again, good signs. If you're somebody who's trying to find anything to be positive about, let's go. We're gonna keep doing this because like I'm trying to find the ones that are at 99%. Go right to the UP, very southern portion of the UP, Mackinac. There you go. Yep, right there. So Trump lost 2% in this county. He's at 61.86. Harris is at 30, almost 37. So Harris picked up almost 5% in this county, and it's done reporting. In my opinion, Harris has already won Michigan, especially if these margins hold in Detroit, Wayne County. I think what we're seeing right now is Harris has won Pennsylvania and Michigan. Barring something crazy with if the cities don't fail, she wins. It comes down to if the cities showed up to vote. That's really what it comes down to. Also, okay, I am very close. I'm going to put myself on the record at 11:21. Um, Kamala Harris wins the election.
Okay.
I'm making my call. I'm making my call right now. I believe she wins the election. Um, don't even need to put a gun to my head. I think she wins the blue wall states. And as long as nothing flips outside of the blue wall states or any of the other states, I believe she wins the election. I believe it is going to be heavily contested. I believe people are going to lose their minds. But seeing what I'm seeing right now from what I just showed you in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and now looking at Wisconsin, and the fact that Door County has voted for Kamala Harris, I believe she wins.
On that note, AP has called North Carolina for Donald Trump.
Okay, that's
So,
perfectly fine.
mhm.
Fox News has not yet, interestingly enough.
I feel like they've been slow.
More conservative, yeah.
Mhm.
Get it?
LTE has Trump back up to 95.1%. Point.
Okay.
95.16%. Yikes.
Having a good time there?
Oof. It is evidently past my bedtime.
All right. Trump's North Carolina win gives him options towards 270 threshold. By winning North Carolina, Trump maintains options to reach 270 threshold. Imagine by carrying Georgia and Pennsylvania, or by carrying Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin. He can also win by carrying Wisconsin and Arizona, as well as other combinations involving Nevada. But that would require him to crack the blue wall in the states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Trump blitzed North Carolina on the final days of the campaign, stopping in 4 cities over 4 days and finishing his North Carolina campaign in day. Correct. Definitely closer than we thought, Matt. It will be very close. But, I'm not an electoral predictor. Like, I'm not a wizard, not a wizard, Harry. But just seeing what I'm seeing um, from the different states and the turnouts and the results coming in, it 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 seems to me, like I said, the only caveat that I'm putting on the big cities show out, then Kamala Harris wins, just based upon trends and her picking up percentage margins in some of those more conservative red counties. I think it makes sense. I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong. But that's where I feel right now. I don't know, and Zachary, have I swayed you at all? I'm not trying to, but
No, I mean, I agree. I think if like you said, if the cities show out, then I think it will be okay. And comparing this to, like, we were going through the counties and stuff, comparing that for the last election, things seem a lot more bleak for the Democrats than they might actually be. So
correct. Which I think is basically what we saw in 2020 repeating.
yeah.
So let's do the county comparison. There's some counties in Wisconsin that are at 99 that I want to go through. Oh well,
Oh,
go
that
back to
year. Yeah.
yeah,
No.
yep.
Okay.
God,
Guess
you
we're
you
doing
need
this
to
again.
you go to the store and get another drink. Get one DoorDashed. I'll Venmo you.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
I'll
All right. What are we looking for?
All right. I need you to go to uh Eau Claire, which is that flat blue one in the upper left, or like not like upper left, but
This one.
like middle left.
Biden 48, Trump 45. That's a fun look you got there.
96%. Yeah, 96% reporting Kamala Harris 55, Trump 40.
Nope.
Huge overperformance in Eau Claire County. All right. Next, La Crosse, the blue county to the south of that county.
Biden 49.5, Trump 44.4.
I'm giving so much copium to the Democrats right now. It's not even funny. All right. So, Harris, this is with 95% reporting. So obviously things could still change a little bit. 35,205 votes. So she already got 3,000 more votes than Biden.
Mhm.
The ratio is 53 to 45.
Yeesh.
All right. Let's go down to Dane County, which is at 84%. That's the big square blue block down there at the bottom.
Biden
Okay.
68.5, Trump 26.5.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She's already surpassed Biden's vote total
Mm-hmm.
with 84% reporting. And she's surpassed Biden's vote total by 13,000 with 84% returning. She's currently winning 74 to 24. This election, in my opinion, is over. As
Fair.
of there you go, you can call it 11/26. I'm saying the election's over. If all this data is coming out, this election's done, and the Democrats have won. If these trends stay accurate and the big cities perform as they should, this election's over.
All right. Well, technically, you called it 6 minutes ago, so you're just doubling
Well,
down
yeah, but
now.
this is like, yeah, I'm doubling down because I've seen, in my opinion, I've seen what I need to see blue wall states, which means that's it. That's all she needs is the blue wall. That's it.
Mhm.
Doesn't matter anything else. It's over. So, um, I kind of want to be on the record somewhere, but I
Well,
don't want to be on the record because I don't want to get yelled at.
well, you are on the record because the VOD stays on YouTube, so it exists.
Perfect. Well, I'm on the record. Perfect.
Basically, 4.5 hours in. It's
Yep.
where.
Um, I want to be right now because I and I feel like I looked at that from a pretty objective point of
Yeah,
view.
it
Like
was just comparing numbers, basically.
right, exactly. And it, like I said, it all does hinge on the cities showing out for Harris, because a lot of these rural Democratic burbs have,
Mhm.
and the fact that they have shows me that um, she's done what needs to be done, in my opinion. Because those voters are the harder ones to get. You know what I mean, for
Mhm.
Democrats. The big city voters are the easy ones to get. But actually, can we look at one more county? I know, sorry, you took off the menu, but I know.
And
Please don't hate me. Yeah, Wisconsin.
Which county?
Um, uh, the one south of Dane. It's that big blue block. Rock, is that Rock County?
Rock, yeah.
Rock Lobster. Okay.
50.3 Biden, 44.4 Trump.
She's already got more votes than what Biden did. Then again, Trump has as well. But just to tell you the margin, Biden got 40,000. She's already at 42. Trump got 35. He's at 36. The margin is currently 52 to 45 Harris with 83.62 reporting. So that's one. Now go up to Door County.
Where is Door County?
Oh, it's that one up at the very upper right. Or yeah, down, like the one that has the point.
Oh.
It's like a bolt. Yeah, the stiletto.
Biden
right.
44.2, Trump 51.5.
Man, was this in 2020? That's crazy. I thought
Hmm?
Biden won that county. Oh well, whatever. I guess I was wrong when my statement earlier that that's been the bellwether county for the state. I was wrong. Harris, 10,564 votes.
Mm-hmm.
Trump, 10,098 votes. Harris, 50.56%. Trump, 48.33. She doesn't lose Wisconsin unless Milwaukee fails.
Mm-hmm.
It's over. kind of hope Matt's still in here. I'm kind of shocked he hasn't posted anything in the chat. Kind of sad now. All right, now this makes me want to get jiggy with Georgia because I think we could be coming down to a situation where she might squeak out an extra state or two. I don't think she gets Georgia, but she could. Trying, we need to find some counties that are wow, Chattahoochee County. That one's down south.
Oh,
You
that's
see, like
exciting.
in that little southeast blue block, the one red county on the southwest. God damn it.
The one right, oh, right there. Got it.
Right there.
Biden
Okay,
42.8, Trump 54.
Yeah, so it is trending that she's gonna because Trump is at 57.8 to Harris is 41.5. Um, Trump did lose 300 voters there though, and the Democrats only lost 200 yeah 283. So turnout was definitely lower in that county, which is interesting. Trying to find some other. Trying to find a comparative. Did we go over Hancock County? I think we did. Go to see in the northeast there, like well more like center east. It's a blue
Got it.
blue county right there, Hancock.
Biden 75.5, Trump 23.5.
So she got more votes, but the margin was definitely worse for her. Trump picked up 500 votes. She picked up 300 votes. So the margin was less, 67.55 to 32.17, 99% reporting. So definitely not good for her there. Let's go to Warren County, which is just to the right of that, of Hancock. Yeah. So
56 to 42, basically.
yeah. Okay. So I'm calling it right now. If unless there's an extreme overperformance in the cities in the Atlanta suburbs, Kamala Harris is losing Georgia, which leaves it down to Arizona, Nevada. This election's gonna be so close, dude. This is not good. This is not gonna be good. Oh, this is not gonna be good. It's the worst. Hi, Matt. How you doing? What do you think? Got any questions for me? Got any hard hitting questions for me? Since you're just chilling, and I'm obviously not chilling. I'm losing my goddamn mind over here. Because I'm my bias is showing that I obviously want Harris to win, but I am getting concerned that the margin is going to be so thin that this is going to be a very, very, very contested election. You know, that's like my worst fear right now, is that this election is going to be so close and people are just going to be very, very salty sardines on both sides. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah.
what you're saying is the loser may not take it so gracefully. Whichever one that may end up being, because it's going to be so close. I'm not saying like, to anything extreme, but like lots of things will be called into question.
Correct. I think if it's close on both sides, one side will be more correct. Yes. Cole, that is correct. 12:26 Eastern Time. I did call the election for Harris.
11:26. Get it right.
Oh God. Help. We have 2.5 more hours. Help. I might have to go get a snack at some point.
DoorDash and that energy drink is starting to sound better and better, and that's upsetting me.
I'll Venmo you. You're staying up and helping me out. What was I saying before I got derailed? I'll get to you, Matt, and and yes, Cole.
Oh, about the
Oh,
do
the
they
end
accept
result.
it?
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that if it's any of the blue wall states, I think, and if it's within 0.5% or whatever the requirement is for a recount, I think both sides explore that, regardless Republican or Democrat. I think that Republicans are more likely to show up at areas that are still counting the vote days from now, uh, in order to potentially influence the way that the vote comes out. I don't think Democrats have the propensity to do that as much, just based upon past observations. I could be proven wrong, but I'm just basing that off of past observations and with the amount of electoral officials receiving death threats from people who are traditionally conservatives. I think that there's more propensity for the right wing, um, more extremist individuals in the Republican Party to do things of that nature. However, I do believe if it is close, with a narrow victory for the Republicans in a certain state, Democrats will absolutely challenge and ask for recounts. And I do not believe that either party will concede until such recounts are done. Why do I think the election is a lot closer than anticipated? That is a great question. I did kind of touch on that earlier when it came to um, just people's perception of the economy, regardless of how it is actually impacting them, disaffecting them. I mean, just for people who are curious, I moved back to Ohio from Milwaukee to save money, to pay off student loan debt, things of that nature. Um, it was my choice. I didn't have to. I was doing just fine, but in order to get ahead, I felt like I had to do that. Do I feel like there's a lot of issues? And I'm not necessarily trying to say that people aren't allowed to feel hardship with their money and vote that way. But for me, like, elections are more than just how I feel about the economy and about my wallet. I genuinely feel that the certain side has, you know, kind of overstepped their bounds, and the government has gotten a little bit too involved in people's lives. And I know the Democrats and Republicans both do that at times. Um, but I'm voting for, in my opinion, a lot of my friends who I know, based upon rhetoric from individuals on uh, the more Donald Trump side, that my friends would be, you know, potentially more at risk in that type of society, whether it's their way of life, things of that nature. So that's kind of why I'm voting away. But I'm not the normal electorate. We have to remember that um, Gen X is a sizable voting block. We have to remember that a lot of people our age and or younger are disaffection with voting. They don't do it as much as the people who are watching this do, or friend groups do. We have to remember there's a lot of people who give two shits about an election, quite frankly. um, and the people who show up win. And right now, when I took marketing classes at Bowling Green for my entrepreneurship class, I learned that fear sells. And that's primarily what Donald Trump campaigned on, was fear of people losing the prospect of what they know of is as America. And that sells. And that gets people to the polls because they're afraid. They don't want to lose that. While um, I don't necessarily disagree with Kamala Harris's um, joy pitch, I think that it's tougher to resonate with um, more hardline voters, I guess, that way. I mean, I think that'll sway some people, but I think a lot of people are still swayed by fears, especially if they grew up a certain way and they feel like that way of life is disappearing. Um, we're becoming a more and more urbanized and dense society. Farmers are kind of going by the wayside across the country. Some are doing well, some aren't. And people who feel like their way of life is being changed dramatically, change is scary. Change is something they don't like. They want to go back to the way things were. And those people are going to vote to try and get that way of life back. And they will show up at the polls. And if somebody who's just chilling, vibing, not really affected by anything, they don't care. They don't care, and they're not going to vote. Like, if they're cruising through life, nothing's going wrong for them. They're having a good time. Maybe they're a dad with two kids who just he's a single dad, two kids. He's got other stuff to do, and if his life's great, he's got a nice full-time job. He has a sitter who comes and takes care of the kids, but every day he gets home from work and he gets to see the kids. The kids are doing just fine. They're getting straight A's in school. He doesn't care who's president because everything's going right for him, and he doesn't think about it. It's a lot of the times is people don't think about it. And elections have gotten so polarizing as of late that people just want to tune out. They want to be done. And I don't necessarily agree with that, but I think that's what kind of drives a lot of this is the fact that people just want to be done with a lot of these elections and they tune out and they don't care. So it was a long-winded answer, but hopefully you got something valuable out of it. So I think that's why it was closer. I think there's just a lot of people who the Democrats need to vote who just don't turn out because they're not as afraid as they should be. And then because, obviously I know that the Harris campaign obviously highlighted the dangers of Donald Trump multiple times throughout his campaign. So I'm not faulting them for doing that. But she just doesn't have the same brand of fear that Trump does for his base. So
While you were
jabbering.
monologuing,
Mhm.
Fox News and AP both called New Mexico for Kamala Harris.
Okay. Not totally shocked there.
Nope.
But yeah. Oh, I was informed by somebody that you need to introduce the world to your puppy. So please bring the puppy back and show the world the puppy and give the puppy's name to the world. Make sure you're not your webcam's not on the screen, so make sure you do that before you get her up there and makes it difficult for you to do. Yep.
Go. Come here, Willow. Come here. Oh, okay. Come here. Come on. Yay, Willow. She just wants to play. That's her life right now. She's been chilling, sleeping, so she wants to play now. Come here. Come on. No. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you.
It's tough work.
Come on. Come on.
It's windy outside.
It is in fact windy.
It windy.
I know. After all that, and then I'm not even gonna play with you. I'm terrible.
She's like, what the hell? Hey, okay. AP just called Virginia. Okay, so that
for who? Oh, Fox News finally called North Carolina for Trump, by the way.
Yes, correct. Yep, AP calls Virginia for Harris.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So we're starting to get to that point of the night that things are starting to. Yep. Things are starting to take shape. We are just we are just waiting for Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Yes, we're waiting for Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. I do not believe she will win Arizona, and I believe Nevada is a toss-up. Zach, introduce yourself. Yeah, technically you didn't introduce yourself. What the hell?
I'm Zach. Hi. I mostly do the technical stuff behind the scenes, but I didn't want to leave Brian alone for 4 hours, so
Thanks.
he's already crazy enough.
Mostly because I wouldn't be able. Yeah,
it only gets worse.
Control the screen. Yeah. That's true.
Oh yeah, that too. No, I could just share your screen in Discord, and I'll put that on here, and away you go. Technically, I could do that anyway.
Fair. Yeah.
Would be a thing.
But then we wouldn't have the logo. Yeah, hey, the logo, the logo that you see, Zachary made that, and like, obviously everything you've kind of seen with the split screens here, Zachary's been in charge of doing all that. So
I'm not graphically inclined, so please no judge.
Graphically inclined. All right, what was I? I was about to do something, and I totally forgot what it was.
I wish if one place called something, they all did.
But that's
I'm tired of going to the different websites and just everybody has different numbers.
Okay, Minnesota's starting to swing pretty heavy for the Democrats right now. Good sign for Dems that they're not going to lose that. Nevada, Jesus Christ.
Brian is my
Nevada,
stepbrother, and I know Jake now through Brian.
correct. Yeah, and the fact that Nevada still hasn't reported a single vote makes me
I wonder
bit
how many
sad.
people they've got waiting in line still, because I said that's all they wait on is everyone to be done voting.
Right. Newsflash. Bernie Moreno has beat Sherrod Brown for Senate.
Well,
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Turns out that Kissick guy, I mean, I'm sure he stole votes from Moreno than he did Sherrod Brown, but still,
yeah,
the margin was there,
yep. That is now 2 seats flipped in the Senate for Republicans.
which means that, uh, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Dan Fisher is winning though, or no, Dan Osborne is losing. Deb Fisher is winning, whatever her name is. It's Deb. Deb, yeah. There's Deb and Dan, so I keep getting it switched. That one's gonna be a close race. That one's gonna be a close race, I think.
Where is that?
Nebraska.
Ah.
All right, we might be getting enough results in. No, no. I was gonna say we might be getting enough results in Arizona to make a prediction, but a lot of things are in the 60. There's only one that's at 80% right
I
now.
say Fox has it 50% reported, and it's 49.41 to 49.79. So
Yeah, it's close. It's close. Screw it. Let's go to the historic results
yeet.
for Arizona. We're gonna check the one county that's at 80% here. See if we can glean any information from it.
Which county?
Very bottom. Not
Santa,
Pima, Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz. Okay. Biden 68.9, Trump 27.3.
Okay. Yep. So she's definitely losing. There. Um, she's at 62.72 with 80% reporting, and Trump is at 36.57. So, obviously, there's still 20% left to report, but not looking great as of right now for Harris. Oh, what else? What else can we do? What else can we do? What else can we do? Do. Let's say, when is Wayne County gonna? Oh, there we go. Okay, Wayne County's starting to finally report some data now. Let's hop over to Wayne. Not that they're anywhere close to being done and reporting, but
Where is?
Michigan.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's Detroit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So right now she's at 62.13 to Trump's 36.37. So Trump is outperforming there, but then again, just a little bit ago, we saw that Trump was winning that county. Obviously, he's not going to win that county. So we'll see if that margin keeps increasing or if Trump can hold that 36%. Because
Mm.
again, and that's my only caveat to my election prediction saying that Kamala Harris is going to win is that if the big cities perform as they should, she will win. If they do not and they falter and she loses a substantial margin, she will lose. But only if the cities falter.
Fair.
Yep.
Ugh.
I'm not trying to put a ton of caveats because I'm really trying to stick to my guns and say that she's going to win. But those are the only caveats. If the big cities maintain, she will win. If they do not, she will lose. Ooh, let's go to Oakland. Let's go to Oakland. That's the big square one, right north of Wayne.
No, I was thinking Oakland, California.
Nope.
Okay. Biden 49.6, 49.6, Trump 46.0.
So, 75% reporting. So take that for what it's worth. Harris is at 327,000 votes. So 40,000 or the yeah. Oops, no, wait, how does that math? 30,000 votes, 30,000 and change, short of Biden's mark. Trump is at 264,799, which is approximately 70,000. Yeah, 70,000 ish votes short of his 2020 mark. The margin is 54.28 to 43.82.
Wow.
So, again, still 25% left to report, but Harris seems to be crushing. So considering both candidates, I need to sleep, but I really can't. Yeah, feel free to stick on as late as you want, Matt. Considering both candidates got 80 million plus votes in 2020, there's still a lot of votes to be counted. Correct. Yeah, there's still tons of votes left to be counted. I mean, we're sitting at what right now? 60 plus 56, 110 million. Yeah, so we still got like 50 million votes to count still. Then again, we keep in mind we still have California, New York, things like that. So it will also LTE elections has frozen on my end.
Has what?
It's frozen on my end.
Oh, it's working okay here.
Boo, boo you.
Trump's still at 95.31% chance to win. They've got it at
Also
230 to 206.
205. Dum dum.
It's 206. Dum dum.
232 to 211.
Yeah. Alaska and Hawaii close in 8 minutes. Their polls. Bomb threats earlier came from
Yeah,
Russian
I saw
email
that.
domains. Doesn't necessarily mean they were Russian.
All right, good night, Cole. Have a good night. And sorry, Biden got 80 million plus. Oh, okay. The more you know. I did not know that. Yeah, Trump got like 74 million, didn't he? Yeah, but have a good night, Cole. Get a good night's sleep, and hopefully everything goes well tomorrow.
Doesn't update that. I don't know how many he gotten.
Yeah, mine's not loading.
You're just not good enough.
I guess so. What the hell? How am I going to doom scroll? No. Ouch. There you go. Okay. This is huge. This is huge.
District 2
This is
of
huge
Nebraska?
update. District 2 of Nebraska has been called for Kamala Harris.
Mhm.
This means if the blue wall holds, the election is over. Officially, she will win 270 to 268. Absolute chaos will ensue.
So, do you think that we know Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania tonight?
I think it's what we said earlier. I think we know. I don't think the world knows.
That's fair. I think Wisconsin and Michigan probably get called tonight. I don't think Pennsylvania does.
I would agree. I want to see how close Ben. Well, actually, I would like to see how close. Can you do me a favor? Can you go to IL
I'm sorry. Go to what?
LT elections? I just want it to load. It's
Oh, that's the president. Was he House or Senate?
House 5. He definitely lost, but Wisconsin.
Yeah. Fucking
A. To the right. That down.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think their site did the old die. I'll just do it on this one. Right there. 64 to 35.
64 to 35.
258,000 to 142,000. 88.
How many is in? 86, 88.
88.
You know what? He should. I know he lost, but he should be proud of the fact that he's going to get over 150,000 people voted for him. So good for him. Yep.
Hey, get down, please. Thank you.
No, stop. Shut up.
Now she's making me feel bad.
Okay. So Deb Fisher was officially called as the winner in Nebraska by Fox. So right now, Republicans have won the Senate.
So what I'm hearing is, if Harris wins, nothing's getting done the next 4 years.
Correct. Unless the party, de-Trumpifies, which doubt.
Yeah,
Next to doubt.
yeah.
Ugh.
Their site got big did.
Which I wonder why. I wonder like what's
That's a good question. Oh. That's something
that's the
on
same error I got to.
something on their end.
Oh, it's working. It's working. It's working. Refresh.
Disagree. I wonder if they're just getting too much traffic.
Probably. I really need more Arizona to come in. I want to do cross-checking badly. But they said they're gonna 13 days to.
That's just disgusting.
Yeah. Georgia, according to LT elections, has just been called. Okay. Oh, here we go. Big county. Do the comparison. Do the comparison.
For Arizona?
No. For Georgia.
Oh,
Georgia.
Yep. Which county?
So it's Clayton. It's kind of in that center Atlanta blob, like south, like the southern. Oh,
there.
Right there.
Biden 84.6, Trump 13.6.
Yep, it's a good call. I think Harris loses Georgia. It is because she is at 94,092 votes, so she got 3,000 less votes than Biden. Trump got 16,854, so the margin was 84.32 to 15.10. So,
yep.
That's just not enough margin, in my opinion, to make up the difference. So, I would be pretty safe to assume that she is going to lose the state of Georgia. Yep. Which means that it comes down to the blue wall, which so far, according to my judgment, looks to hold, but definitely could not hold, but looks like it's going to.
Fair enough,
Mm-hmm.
Man, their website came back for you?
It did for a split second.
Oh, oof. Tough.
I like cautiously optimistic a lot more than nauseously optimistic. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very, very close race, which we predicted.
Yep.
Oh, hey, Kamala Harris won Hawaii.
That's good. Good for her.
Yep.
Everybody needs a Hawaii in their life.
Mm-hmm. And they win they win the Senate. The problem is it really is going to come down to freaking Arizona. All right. Well, actually, is their website still dead? Yeah, it is.
Lauren Brown would like to know about Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so let's see. We're trying to get the data to load from one of the websites that we're pulling in here. And it is kind of tough to.
I mean, I can do this on the Fox website at least, which is a little bit better. Well,
Mhm.
let me do the do. So you
So,
can still look at things.
all right. So let's see here. We'll try and go through. How did you get to that individual state?
If
Like
you just
view.
like on the main map, if you just click on the state.
Oh, okay. Okay. So let's go through some numbers here. Crap. We have to do it the dumb way. Okay, no, we can do it this way. Perfect. Hey, Zachary, do you can do the same thing on 2020, and you could have done
Oh, for fuck's sake!
that. Okay, so you go to 2024. We'll start doing some
I'm
comparisons.
on. Oh wait, I go to
Or you're on.
2024.
I'll go to 2024. Sorry.
Okay,
Sorry.
that upsets me.
Wah wah.
I don't know why I never clicked on the dang thing.
Yeah, all good. Okay, so let's go to Montgomery County, which is southeastern part of the state.
Okay, Biden 62.6, Trump 36.4.
Okay, let me see if I can get this maximized here on my. I can't see it as well as I want to on your end. Okay, so let's see. We've got 71% of the vote in, and the margin is currently 61.83 to 37.14. So Harris is losing a little bit of support in that county, but there's still 30% of the vote left to be tallied, so she could increase on the margins. There. Oh, you good?
Yeah, I was just
Okay.
seeing the update that came in.
Okay. So let's see. Voter turnout. It's hard to tell. Voter turnout looks like it could be par or a little bit higher. Let me double check here. So we've got 227, 89 plus 136, 873. So divided by 0.703. So 513,000 votes. Can you do quick math on that? 519 plus, or what? Go back there. Go back on Montgomery County. 319 plus 185.
319
Is that what that is?
plus. Oh, just 504. 504,000.
So by 5,000. So turnout's only up by about 1% in that county. So it's gonna be close. That one's Montgomery County's gonna be close. But let's go to the next county. Let's go to Delaware. That one's at 86.45%. That one's in the southeast part of the state, right north of Delaware. So yeah, she's lagging just behind again with this one, 178 or 61.23 to 37.74. Go to Philadelphia, just to the right. So she's lagging heavily in Philadelphia. So that is concerning for Harris.
So far, she's lagging behind everywhere.
But she did but she did just pick up more there in Philadelphia when this latest vote total came in. So it really depends. If she can close that gap in the next 20%, then she'll be fine. But currently, right now, she's lagging up 3.5% behind Biden in Philadelphia. Um, and quite frankly, she needs to win that county to win the election. Let's go back up to Erie, the upper left.
49 to 48, basically.
So she's winning that still 51 to 47. So that's a good sign. Let's go to Allegheny, where I believe she. Yeah. Okay. So
59.7 to
she's
39.
okay. So we're at 59.3 to 39.73. So that margin is starting to narrow. Cambria County, that's a Republican county, but what's that here?
Where is that?
Center County. It's the one in the center.
Oh, I thought
So,
you said a different name.
oh, I meant to say Center County. Okay, so let's look at that. Yep. So Biden was at 51.7. She's at 47.2. Again, same kind of margin there as compared to Philadelphia. Let's go to the Northeast. There's Lackawanna County. So she's
I do have a
2%
lack of
behind
one.
there. Okay, go to Monroe. Yep. Hmm. Well, I might have to be wrong.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't think that she's going to pull enough of the cities, especially Bucks County. I could be wrong. Well, Matt, I could be wrong here, Chief, because I said that she was going to win, but the numbers aren't looking as good in Pennsylvania as I thought they were. She's got 3% to make up, and not a lot of votes to do it. And when you look at her 2020 map compared to 2024, real question: why did Bernie Moreno win the Senate seat? Because I think Ohio's just made that much of a shift since Sherrod Brown ran last time. Um, yeah, uh, I could be wrong. I could be wrong on the call. Hmm. This is why I'm not a professional, kids. I think that she's good in the other states based upon what I've seen, but yeah, it looks like it might be a case that the big cities just didn't show out. Because I mean, that's kind of why she's lost Georgia. It's potentially why she's going to lose Pennsylvania if she does lose it. Um, yeah, it's interesting because it didn't look that way earlier. Um, I'm kind of curious as to where these differences came from. Huh. Yeah, unless there's a bunch of mail-in ballots that go for Democrats in these last few percentages, it's it's looking it's looking pretty bleak. Not gonna lie for Harris, especially in Berks County, which I don't believe she won in 2020. but that one's at 98%. What was the margin there?
Where?
Berks,
In what?
Pennsylvania. I mean, really, Pennsylvania's the focus now. If she loses Pennsylvania, it's over.
Where? Berks or Bucks?
Berks, it's a northwest of Chester and Montgomery. Oh, you're on the different window.
Oh, son of a. Yeah, I know. I was trying to get the map, and I've once again forgot that I can just, click. You said Chester?
No,
No.
Berks, it's that red one to the north. Right there.
Oh, Berks. 45 to 53 in favor of Trump.
Yep. I might be wrong. Might be wrong. A lot of the votes did not break her way in Pennsylvania. I don't know where exactly she can make up that margin, but she's gonna be pretty hard pressed to do it, if anywhere. So I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna be unbiased here, Matt. With Pennsylvania, I don't know if there's plenty of time with the margin she's losing it by. If I'm being honest with you, not to be a doomster, but just keeping it real with you. Yeah, not looking good.
Oh, good God.
She's back to lift up the spirits.
That was aggressive.
Yep. So if she loses Pennsylvania, it's over. And that's even if she carries Arizona and Nevada, which is not likely. To carry both of them, she could carry one of them, but not both, most likely.
Yeah.
I mean,
LTE, if assuming they're back up and updated, Trump is now 97.3%.
wrecked, and that's 100% because of Pennsylvania. Yeah, I mean the only thing that could save Harris is Philadelphia County. I mean she's losing. Here, if you want to go in to Pennsylvania, Zachary, just to show the people. She's losing the suburbs, which is they're those gray counties in the eastern side of the state. Bucks, Northampton, Monroe. She's winning Lehigh barely, losing Berks, winning Chester, but just not by the same margins that Biden won by in 2020. So, be quite frank with you, I think she's going to need a miracle to win Pennsylvania. And if she needs a miracle to win Pennsylvania, she needs a miracle to win the election. But, a lot of votes came in late last time. Might be the same. But yeah, I mean, it comes down to Pennsylvania then. If she's going to win.
Which they had 87% chance of Trump winning Pennsylvania.
Correct. Yep. 87.89% chance. Yep. Let's see. And if she loses Pennsylvania, a lot of people are going to be asking why she didn't choose Josh Shapiro as her running mate. That is going to be the big question. That will probably haunt a lot of people for a long, long time. I will say it would be the first time, though, that the blue wall fell with only one state like switching for a long time. So it's not out of the woods yet for her to lose. Like she could still win, but man, Philadelphia's got to come in strong. And I don't know if it's gonna be enough. I think Walls was a great pick as well. I like Walls. I think he's a great guy. But when you think about it, um, usually a pick of the governor of the state will help you win the election. So that'll be because again, I don't think Walls was a bad pick at all. But just if you wanted to shore up Pennsylvania, that's probably your way to do it. But yeah, it is what it is. Water under the bridge now. I mean, when you look at Marquette in 2020, I mean, I'm going back to Michigan here, but Marquette in 2020, she's pretty close to her margin there. Just slightly under. She overperformed in Kent, I think 52.10. Yeah, so she's overperforming there. So yeah, it's yeah, it is what it is. It'll be interesting to see kind of how that shakes out. But I mean, it's going to come down to, does she get enough pull from the biggest of cities in Pennsylvania? Because if not, it's I mean, it might go to a recount, but I don't know if she wins. So
What happens if she loses, goes to a recount, and then wins? What kind of absolute disaster happens after that?
exactly what you just said. An absolute disaster. Yeah, I don't know. It's a great scary question. Great scary question. Man, I'm gonna go to sleep not knowing shit. That'll be fun. I'm hopping off. Good night. Thanks. I appreciate it. Sorry, Matt. I thought I had the answer for you earlier. Turns out I was potentially wrong. I could be potentially right, but it's definitely not looking that way anymore. Especially with the way that the votes have shaken out as of late. So, and I also didn't expect Pennsylvania to have 80% of their vote counted by tonight either. So, yeah. Good night, man. say we've only got 4 people watching now. I know one of them's me.
One of them is actually not me. Was me.
Wow, look at that. Mm. Willow is just scratching and a shaking.
That she is.
Hmm. How you doing?
I'm doing.
Yeah?
Yep.
You doing?
My energy drink will be here soon.
So Mhm. Yeah, I've got Alan Lickman on. Correct. As am I. But I stopped. Mhm. Mhm. So it's within 70,000 votes. Oh, that's wait. So wait. 2 9.
For what it's worth, issue 1 in Ohio also just got destroyed.
Correct.
Yeah.
Not shocked.
No. It's up to 98% chance for Trump to win, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
BT dubs.
Yep. Yep, yep.
Yeah, like I said, I think we all know where this train is heading, even if it won't be official tonight.
Right. Mm.
Hmm? Holy cow.
What's up?
10% of black men in Pennsylvania voted for Trump in 2020.
Mhm.
25% of them voted for him this year, based on exit polls, anyway.
Yeah, there you go. That's it then.
Yep. Michigan is on track to be the first battleground to report results, I guess.
What?
I don't know. Are they saying like the first one to be called? I guess. Even though only 53%'s in. It's the Senate. Please forgive. 47% in, so even less anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, screw off.
Oh.
My dasher was on the way, and my order has been canceled.
Oh. Okay.
So, sure. I guess I will just suffer. Hate it here. Harris is not going to speak tonight. Trump is on his way to his place to speak. Just I don't know if it's Mar-a-Lago or it's his place in West
Yeah.
Palm Beach where they're doing that whole
Yeah, I
thing.
think it's Mar-a-Lago, probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Oh, hold on, hold on. Oh,
good.
okay. Uh, CNN has called Georgia for Trump.
Copy that.
So did
Oh
LTE.
yeah,
Yeah,
LT did it a while back.
yeah.
Well, excuse me.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident.
You were right.
Oh shit, I was, huh?
What? Yeah, you were.
Ah, about that. I forgot.
Yeah.
So long ago. I'm so mad. No energy drink, man.
Hmm.
I will be right back though.
Okay, sounds good. You're muted. Nice try though.
I know. I was yelling at Willow to not eat my rice cake
Oh.
because she thought about it.
Hmm.
Thoughts, comments, concerns?
No, I think it's gonna come down to a good old fashioned Christmas miracle. She's gonna win. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Looks like their LTE is down again. Oh, now it's back up. Yep, Erie flipped over to red.
Yep. I think that'll about do it.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting that Wisconsin is 51-47 right now too.
Yeah, it is. It is strange. Especially because of like the margins that we saw earlier. I mean, like a lot of those counties, like her margins were so like, you know, th- yeah, it's just really strange because like when we looked at it earlier, she was beating a lot of Biden's previous results. $53. Yeah, and it's like her margins just disappeared. Yeah, that's so weird because when we looked earlier, she had better margins on counties that were like 99% in.
Don't make no sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Harris will speak tomorrow.
Hmm. Well, what would you like to do? We can call it at one, kind of with the assumption of what we believe. Or, what do you want to do? Oh, you're on the phone.
Sorry, DoorDash called me.
Yeah?
Yeah, they
What'd they say?
they're like, in addition to giving you your money back, you get free express delivery on your next order. Golly gee, thanks.
Thanks. I want my energy drink.
Yeah, that the 100% the Dasher just took because they were already on their way with the order. So I just, I guess I ordered the right combination of things for them.
Right.
Sure, I guess, whatever.
You're
Anyway,
like,
what did you say? What did you ask?
I asked if you wanted to call it at midnight
It's already midnight.
or midnight, 1 o'clock.
Yeah, probably, because
Okay.
I think we're pretty well tapped out on viewers at this point too.
Correct.
Ow! I got hit by a bone. Oh, she almost
Yeah.
dropped it on my
There's only
foot.
2 people watching.
Yeah, and you're one of them. Yeah, Fox News officially called Georgia for Donald Trump.
Okay. Not a shock there.
Nope. Elon Musk is gleeful.
Once the stream ends, I want to stay on the phone
Yeah.
with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
So someone said tonight's like a combination of Christmas Eve and the night before a colonoscopy.
What?
Oh, that pizza looks delicious. Oh, I'm making a mistake. I ordered little mini pizzas too to stick in the microwave because I'm hungry. And I'm not even gonna get those. And then Facebook goes, "Here's a nice, really delicious looking pizza." I hate it here. I'd say I want a refund, but I actually got one of those, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
What?
Um, I don't know. It's a poll regarding Arab American voters. In 2020, 61% for Biden, 36% for Trump.
Mm.
2024, Trump 49%, Harris 47%. That's a heck of a swing.
Again, we'll talk when the stream is over. All right, y'all. So I think it's probably about time for us to call the stream. But
Yep.
yeah, looks like Donald Trump will be the winner of the 2024 election. Definitely a huge swing. I was personally at 11:29 or 11:26 when I
Mhm.
made my call. Um, yeah, there was a lot of counties that were very high on the margin. That looked like Harris had pulled away quite a lot of support for. Um, and suddenly those margins shrunk dramatically. Um, so I'll eat my words there, but yeah, just strange, but um, it is what it is. The election is the election. Like I said, I'm sure we contested, but by all intents and purposes, it looks pretty much over. Um, uh, yeah. Any other words to say, Zachary?
Nope. Other than, yeah, like you said, it is what it is. Like the results are what they are. I'm sure, like so, we will see challenges. We will see probably recounts if they're close enough. But yeah, it looks like Trump will be the next president.
Yeah. Alrighty. So with that, we will go ahead and wrap it up, and we will see you in a probably a week or so.
Yeah, probably about a week with an actual like video.
Yeah, an actual video where we kind of go over probably what happened during this election. At least I know I will. And Jake will probably go over his subjects that he has predetermined on his end.
Yep. All right.
Alrighty, perfect. Well, we will call it, and y'all have a good night and a good morning since it is